Thank you. And 3D, what's up? There's not enough room on that set to put your coffee somewhere. I know, right? I know. I gotta get some Calftone heads for this kit. It has a 13 and a 16, and I gotta get some order and then zzz up. IDR Studio, hello. Yeah, this snare is it's a Chestnut, made by the same people who made this kick drum actually, HHG. But it's Chestnut, reclaimed Chestnut, a barn that me and my dad, we cut up the old barn beams in it because the barn was just falling apart, and they were Chestnut. You know, the barn's like 190 years old, 200 years old, something like that. So the tree, the wood, has got to be like 100 years old. So, I mean, this is like 200 plus year old wood that we turned into a snare. I have one, Mr. Greggles has one, and Don Palambi has one. There was only 3 made, so I'm very excited about it. It's an extinct species, but and Dragon, it's good to see you. Bump 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 finger. Yeah, today partially because I don't have toms, or I have toms for this kit. They're glorious, but they're clear. There's clear heads on them right now, and they're very very boomy and low, and I want high and like tonal. So I got to get some new ones, you know. But cheers, Mike. It's good to see you. Howdy. I tidied up this morning. I made a new stand. I don't know if you guys can see. You probably can't really tell, but I got rid of that desk, and everything is condensed into like this little mini monitor stand. It's great. So yeah, we're getting like, eventually there's gonna be nothing in here. I can already see it, right? Slowly over time, I've had like all this crap in here, and I'm just getting rid of stuff, making it simpler. But yeah, it was really fun last night and this morning putting this together and making it work. But yeah, it'll be exciting. Entirely of black shirts? Oh, 100%. My wife, when we met, she called me Steve Jobs. That was her nickname for me, you know. So I don't want to think about what I'm gonna wear when I wake up in the morning. You know, that's the last thing I care about. Like, I wonder what shirt I'm gonna wear. I just wear a shirt, you know. Steve Drums, yes. There's already a Steve Drums, right? No, I've had the black shirt thing for a long time. I do have other shirts. I do. I have some other t-shirts, but you know, they're usually just drum t-shirts or flannels. So in the winter I wear flannels, but there's a black t-shirt under that, you know. Do you guys have good sleeps? Everything good? Exciting? I did bump this with my head, so let me know if this microphone sucks and it's not sounding good, but it should. I was changing stuff around and I bonked it, so Of course, everyone is wearing his underwear on morning. Wait, what? Who's wearing underwear? That's weird. Underwear is weird. I do the black shirt and jeans next to you. Yeah, it's easy, right, Mike? It's just simple, you know? I'm going to wear a shirt. Might as well just have one that goes with everything, right? Gum! To see you in anything else than a black t-shirt. Yeah, I've got a couple, like I've got a red Drum Candy podcast shirt I've worn a couple times, so my kids look at me like, are you okay? What's wrong? Like, whenever I dress up or wear something like not black, my kids are like, what'd you do with our dad? You know, it's kind of funny. Wearing something is normal. Yeah, exactly. It's normal. We got to try to look normal, right? But we've been working out of the art of bop drumming. Yesterday was so fun. And I kind of wanted to we're going to get to some of that today. Yesterday we had a really hard day. Like it was that, no joke. I got a headache from that. I ended stream yesterday and I was like, oh, my mind. It just hasn't been challenged like that in a long, long time. So it was a lot mentally yesterday. So I was kind of fried. But I'm excited to hit it again today, and that's how you grow. You just keep hitting it and hitting it and hitting it. So we're going to do a couple other things. I don't want to do any hand technique stuff. Janie, hello. I don't want to do any like pad stuff today. We're gonna do everything on the kit, pretty much from that book. And I'm gonna start off by doing a couple things, just like comping with some kick snare ideas off the top of my head. No rhythms, no reading the book just yet. I want to kind of do like start some jazz time and then internalize, a time feel, and then try like just throwing accents in some different phrases, like improvise wise, without interrupting the jazz hi-hat, ostinato, and see how I do with it. Because that's the end goal of this, right? Not to just play a bunch of pages from a book. It's like, okay, now apply this into some of your ideas, but still maintain control, So that's what we're going to do. Coffee's on the drum. Oh, yeah. Oh, it was on the drum. It was on the drum at 7 this morning. This is not my first cup of coffee. Can you tell? We're in it. Right, Zen? We're in there. But the coffee's warm. I made 12 pots, 12 cups, and I had a cup this morning, and then the rest I put in the thingies. Danger, hello. Zen Kaizen, am I saying that right? Sorry if I'm not pronouncing it right. Kaizen, Zen Kaizen, Zen Kaizen. I'm a terrible reader. It's funny when I read names on chat, like real quick. Sometimes like my brain just can't get it because people put in numbers and weird things, and then sometimes I'll look again and I'm like, oh, that's what it is. It's pretty funny. Like sometimes, like when you're in the moment reading it, you're like, what? I can't read it, and then you come back to it later and you're like, oh, it's this. It's pretty funny. So I'm terrible at that. But hopefully this stand, will it hold coffee? It should. I might have to reinforce it a little bit, but it should be good. I really want to get rid of like my mouse and all that stuff. I don't want it. You're not going to tip over, right? You're going to be cool? Okay. Like I said, I built a new stand, so hopefully it holds. Zen. How about Zen? I like Zen. That's a good one. We don't really have one in the community named Zen, so you are like the Zen, Okay. I'm just gonna do it. We'll start easy. I won't do 4 on the floor. I'm just gonna try like some random hits, to keep time. I might do like a 4-bar phrase, and just try to come up with like some little things, some little pushes at the end of it, just to start out with. More coffee, but. I did shine up this kick drum, and it is glorious and beautiful. Sean, good morning. What are you doing? Are you going to play today? Are you having some breakfast cereals? I love that. I love it. It's good stuff. Okay.
Those 2 and 4, those 2 triplets in there, woo! That's still getting me, I'm trying to like play through some things that are foggy in the brain that we can focus on in the book today. We still got to work on the 2s and 4s, those triplets. Both with the foot, that whole like... We got to do that. And with the foot, I don't know, I might need to shorten something here. Let me see.
Kick is beefy. Bruno Mary, hi. Mike! Mike, I sent you a message. How are you feeling? I meant to ask that the other day when you were here, and then I'm like, oh, I like totally forgot. We were talking about all the unimportant things, but your health. I just want to make sure you were good. It's good to see you, Baki. Good morning. Oh, ooh. Yeah, getting there. I was trying to find out, like, just like, I still, tempo-wise, playing that fast, triplets on 2 and 4 are weak with hands and feet, 100%. 100%. Okay, COVID negative. Ooh, nice, but weekend, it takes a lot out of you, man. Your body's like, it's weird. Even when you're normally sick, it still takes you like a bit to, feel back to the regular. But that was something else. When I had it, I've never been sick like that, So are your lungs okay? Haven't been here in probably 6 to 8 months, so glad to see you doing what you love on here. Yo, Chef Kirk, that's it. Yeah, it might not be the most exciting thing, but this is exactly what I want to do right now. So it's good to see you. Cheers. Thank you for noticing. Yeah, I'm having a freaking blast with this stuff. Just getting better, just really just playing and doing it with you guys is really fun. Some people have a really hard time showing what they suck at. And I suck at this pretty much a lot, but trying to get better at it. So, not too much worse, harder to do, hard work though, for sure. Yeah. Strenuous stuff. It just yeah. All I want to do is just sleep when I hit it. I didn't want to get up, just your body just goes into crazy sleep mode. And then I joke, I'm like, everyone, we all got it in our house at the same time. And the kids got it first. It was right when school started last September. The first day of school, we got a call, or second day. It was the second day. My wife's a teacher too. And the school nurse at the time was doing all, what do they call it? Exposure or whatever. Exposure calls. So we got a call yeah, your kids were in a class and they're probably exposed. Everyone in the school got it, basically, the first day. So we were home for the whole month, basically, of September. And I joked with my wife. I'm I'm pretty sure COVID made them stronger. I think there was an hour where they were all on the couch I'm tired. And then they were all right? They were fine. My wife felt a little weird for a day, but I was the one that got hit the hardest. And I just remember being oh my God. My immune system must be just trash, right? And I bet yours is too, from touring and doing all, you just go. Your body is just... it's worn down, That's what my wife's she's you don't sleep, you work all the time, you eat like crap, so yeah, it's probably gonna really hit you. So yeah, just rest. I'm looking to get a new kit. Only have my old ass kit that I surprisingly, that's not rotting. Dude, if you take care of a kit, it'll last forever, but you want something new. What are you into right now? What kind of stuff are you playing? Joe, what's up? Your wife has COVID right now? Yeah, it sucks. It's not the best, but it's different for everybody, It's such a weird thing. But it's like the flu, some people get the flu and they're just out, and some people get it and they're But COVID is so much it's so last year. People are still getting it though, right? I know, some people from GCX got it. I personally don't know anyone that's had it besides Mike and a couple other people that tour, but yeah, no one close to me's had it recently. Thank goodness. I found out the hard way you had to store it. Oh, the hardware rusted on the drum itself, the lugs and stuff, and the rims. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Yeah, I mean, you can get some Kirk. You can get some WD-40 and don't get a really hardcore wire brush, But WD-40 is like, it just like loves to eat up rust. I got a bunch of, these are old Ludwig stands. I got at the Delaware Drum Show, and they had some rust on them where the chrome was pitted off. So I just WD-40'd them, and I used, actually, you spray WD-40 on it with your finger, just kind of rub it in a little bit, let it sit, because it's going to work into that rust and really loosen it up. And then I took, I guess you can go to the hardware store, you know how they have like different, like small, they look like little toothbrushes, but one might be like steel, one might be like just crazy, I don't know, like really firm copper, whatever, wire brush, or, you know, brass. There's all kinds of different ones. There's a really like stiff nylon one that I used, so it wouldn't scratch the chrome, but it would just kind of like slowly work out the rust. And you might have to do it a couple times, like to let it soak in a little bit. Rub some off, wipe it down with a paper towel, spray some more WD-40. But WD-40 just kind of like really breaks up rust. It's kind of like rust remover, but that stuff's like pretty freaking insane. Like, I don't know what's in it, but it can't be good. And WD-40 is cheap. Well, it was. I don't know what it is now. You're like, I just want a new one. You're like, stop being reasonable. I want a new drum set. I get that, you know. What kind of, like earlier, like what kind of stuff are you playing? I'm really digging a couple of drum sets right now. If I were to go buy one, I would probably get a Ludwig. Like I've been really loving my old Ludwig right now. The Sonar stuff is always amazing. Like they're probably some of the best built drums on the planet, from a big, you know, factory sense. But yeah, they're really good. There's a lot of really good boutique builders too. Like these guys, HHG, Bucks County, they're sweethearts. Craviotto, but all those, you're going to spend a lot more money because it's all custom handmade stuff, you know. Let me know how it turns out though. My kit had a 10, 14, 14-inch snare, 20 bass drum. I always have difficulties to tune the 10-inch tom. My floor had much resonance and the tom not. You mean music-wise or the kit? Yeah, like you're looking for a new kit. I meant like what kind of stuff do you play? What kind of music do you play? You know, because there's all kinds of different drum sets. Some are really good for some things and suck for others. What I've found. Ludwigs are kind of like just the good, they go with anything, you know. Tamas too, like you can get away with some really great tunings with all the drums. But, you know, Ludwig just, it could be anything. They're just kind of like the drummer's drum, you know. So the head was an old TKO kit. TKO, I don't know what TKO is. But any tips, Bruno, for that 10-inch tom? If it's not resonating, it's probably too tight. Usually drums that are just kind of like, doom, like not really resonating, mean the heads are so tight that they can't move air, right? They're moving so fast that no air is moving inside. It's just kind of like, So I would mess around with maybe that 10-inch tom you're trying to tune up, like in comparison to the other ones. Maybe it's just not gonna go that high and still give you that ring and that tone that you want. It could be a head issue. Maybe the heads are too thick, or it could be the bearing edge is maybe a little rounded over somewhat, you know. So usually with like smaller toms, they tend to choke out quicker because there's not a lot of air inside for them to really resonate. That could be why it's not sounding as like as tonal as the 16. It probably doesn't, or as the 14. It probably just doesn't want to be that high, personally. Joe, you like Pearl? Yeah. TKO is a beginner kit, but it's full size, if that makes sense. Gotcha. Yeah. Metal, playing everything. I'm telling you, Tamas right now, that if you're into that kind of stuff, Tamas are killing it. Those walnut birch kits, I've got one here. They're great. The shells are beautiful. Great bearing edges. They tune really nice. They're just loud, clear, articulate. They're great drums for the price. So I would check out the Tama stuff. Ludwig for metal. I mean, there's some people using them, but they're more, I don't know. I wouldn't really use a Ludwig for like a metal thing. You can though, easily, but I think Tamas or DWs right now are just like, they're really loud in a good way. You know, they cut. So if you're in like a big loud band or loud, like you're gonna hit the crap out of them and you want a lot of resonance, I check out Tama or DW, you know, off the get-go. Austin, good morning or afternoon. Dun dun dun. Jim, how are you doing? Good morning, drummer folks. Drummer folks. Yeah, we've been working out of this book. Some of you may know it, and you might see it and go, you know, because it's so freaking hard. It's so good. We went through page 28 and page 29, and you can see my tear marks on there. There was sweat marks and tears. We went through all these yesterday. I'd never tried them before. Went through them. It was hard, not gonna lie. It was very, 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 very difficult. I want to brush up on a couple things today with this that I would like to just reinforce. You know, everything starts with like good foundations in drumming or whatever you do. Like if your foundations are crap, the majority of the stuff is going to be crap that you're trying to do. So we're going to work on this. I'm not going to put this right in the center here, like for reading wise. I'm going to put it up here, and I'm going to try it. A lot of today is going to be, I'll look at the exercise, play it a couple times while reading it, and then I'm going to look away. You know, it is easy when you're doing book stuff to just like learn a beat, let it sit with you, you know, and just like kind of just like keep repeating it, but you're not really kind of like going into the deep end of the pool saying like, oh, I'm good, but I got this, like, you know, I'm in the shallow end. I can still stand up if I want, you know. So a lot of the stuff today is going to be exercising what we've done, but just with less book involvement, you know. And I might take a section of something, vamp on it, like or an exercise, and maybe like try to change up certain things with it just to see. I'm trying to gauge my comfort in improvising with maybe some figures that are written. Maybe they're all for the snare, and I might swap them over to the kick drum, or I might, you know, do like a snare kick conversation with that same rhythm. So today's gonna be probably weird and hard. But this lesson for myself today is just to see where I am with these figures, how comfortable I am with not looking at them, visualizing them in my head, maybe using them in a phrase, you know, keeping time, not just like randomly playing. So it's going to be good, and it's going to hurt, and it's going to be good and hurt. Learned a few songs from your viz, man. Wanted to thank you. Oh, Joe, right on. Which ones? Right on. Cheers. That's cool. API console. We are in talks. When I go to Nashville, Gorman, there's gonna be. I'm maybe taking a trailer. That's all I'm gonna say. We'll see. We'll see. By this year, 100%. I gotta get it this year, just before prices go up on everything like crazy. But I think we can maybe pull something off when we're down there. I'm not advertising it yet, but you know, I've been in touch with some good folks. So we'll see. There's a couple in stock throughout the country. And the ones that I want, and going through, you know, I want to sit down with some of my friends down there and kind of go over what I'd like to do with them and make sure we're doing the right thing. And I got some demos scheduled, all that good stuff. Tennessee Whiskey saying so. Oh man, Tennessee Whiskey's so good. I love Chris Stapleton. And Derek, his drummer, is so good. Mary, have a good weekend. Harrison console? No. I don't know what that is. I'm still looking at the Box 2 or the 1608s. And I'll probably get it through Vintage King. I've known those guys for a while. The LA ones and the ones I've never been to the one in Nashville. So I carved out some time down there just to kind of sit with them and go over some stuff. Oh wait, we may be giving away Harrison console. What's a Harrison console? I don't know what that is. I was thinking maybe it was a store, like Harrison Consoles in Nashville. Let me see. Hold on. Harrison Console. Harrison Console. Well, those are big ones. I'm looking at a 3232C. That's kind of cool. I don't know these guys. Is it an analog console or a digital console? Internal company based in Nashville. Hey, they're based in Nashville. Oh, that's so cool. Yeah, I'm looking at well, it's on Reverb. A 3232C recording. It's from 1977. It looked like a cool console. Sorry. I can't go on Reverb. Because immediately my feed turns into like Craviatos and I'm like, oh, what is this? Oh man. I can't look. Boom, boom, boom. But send me a message, Gorman. Or an email or something. I'm curious. But yeah, I'm gonna be at the Nashville Drum Show next weekend. And yeah, while I'm in town, I'm gonna stop by Nelson's and see Bryson, Vintage King, and a couple. I'm gonna really try to go to Sputnik Sound. Speaking of Chris Stapleton, I'd really love to just check it out and meet Vance. You know, he's so good. But I got a couple friends who are gonna like take me around, show me a couple studios that I've never been to. So it should be a good time. But yeah, to be in Nashville in September, nice. I've been there in a while, so it should be fun. It's always been a music town, but now it's even more so a music town, in my opinion, than it used to be. So many people from LA moved to Nashville, so many musicians and producers, like just the fact that they can, work from home now, like they got, Lidge got rid of that ordinance or whatever, that you couldn't have a home studio. So a lot of people are working, opening up. There's so many like pop-up studios and everyone's working. It's a cool environment to see. LA is very much so still like who do you know, that kind of thing, where Nashville is too, but it's a little more like you can find a lot of work there if you want. A lot of people are still recording the old-fashioned way, which is really cool. So Nashville is a great city. A friend of mine who used to work at Harrison Consoles is the technical director for the Grand Ole Opry. Whoa, that's crazy. That's so cool. Oh, I've never been there. That's so cool. That place is like good juju, voodoo, good, whatever. That's really cool, Gorman. That's really, really cool. I'll have to check that company out. I've never seen one of those consoles before. Going to get a tour in September, right? Oh, you're like, Johnny Cash stood here. This is where Dolly Parton likes to hang out. You're like, oh my God. That's a magical place. All right, so we're gonna warm up just some 4 on the floor stuff, but in particular, I don't know if you guys can see this, but really this one. So the one ta-ta, well, not that one, this one. So where you play like, basically you're playing this triplet, 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 but you play the jazz ride pattern, triplet, triplet, triple. So you get that, right? Right, so you're playing doubles, da-da, but you play double, double, and then double with the ride. So it's just weird. It's just weird. So I'm going to be kind of focusing on that for a little bit, doing 4 on the floor, keeping hi-hat on 2 and 4, jazz ride pattern, kind of going through these. And then I might substitute some of the hand stuff for kick drums afterwards. We'll go through and play all these exercises with a kick drum. So if anyone has questions or you're curious what I'm doing, I'm juiced up. I had a Pop-Tart this morning. I had my Captain Crunch. I've had my coffee and some orange juice for all my vitamins. You know, I'm pretty sure all my vitamins and minerals are in my Captain Crunch, but you know, I figured I'd overdo it, you know, a little bit. Go a little crazy with the nutrition. So yeah, I had some orange juice. So we're ready to roll. Here we go. Bernardo, what's up? It can break. Oh, 100%. Rookie Blinko, what's up, guys? Good morning. I'm gonna do all these with the foot right now, and I'm gonna try to keep the foot, my heels down, right? Back up, shoulders back, sitting up straight, heels down, all weight on my butt. These next two are the hard ones. This is what I'm really working on. Page 9 out of Bop Control. Just this one, it's the third line of the exercises at the bottom of the page. Wherever you have a triplet, like 2 ta-ta and 2 ta-ta, 4 ta-ta with that jazz pattern, you're gonna have just the ride and the bass drum or snare drum overlapping the doubles. Could use a felt strip, I know, but I don't want one because I'm trying to get clear boomies. I want to hear the sub. I want to hear the boom for to make sure I'm hitting it right. You put a felt strip on it, and you can still hear the strokes you're doing, but I'm trying to keep it resonating, you know, just for practice. So I agree. It could use a little something. It's booming. It's resonating. It's singing. But I want it to sing right now to really make sure that my technique on my foot is good. You know, even if you just, you know, mute a little bit, I want to make sure I'm rebounding off the stick correctly. And I know you could do, you know, I know you can still hear it with the felt strip on, but I want this thing to be wide open, you know, no interference. Exactly, Gorman. Exactly. Keith Carlock. You can put a felt strip in. I don't want to argue with you, Tweeter, but if you can control a drum without any kind of muffling, that means you have control of the drum. There are ways to use the kick drum, to mute it on your own. If you control the beater, just like overtones, right, with the snare. I'm not saying like mutes are bad, and if you use mutes, you suck, because you know, like Elvin, everyone used them. But when I'm practicing, when I'm working on this stuff, I want to hear the drum completely open. You know, I don't want to know that that felt is doing something to kill the sound and not me, if I wanted to. And Keith, it's kind of his thing. Like, he really started at Gorman's, right? Like that open sound. And he's like in complete control of it. Like, how he hits determines, you know, and when you hit louder, you actually get less rumble than when you hit soft, more low. I know it sounds silly, but those high frequencies, you know, really mess up with a lot of that low stuff. So you actually get more subbiness when you're hitting soft, when it's wide open. Just like on a drum, like in a band situation, like, you know, the big mallets and all that. So I'm doing it not for sound reasons. I know it would probably sound a million times better with a felt or whatever. But this is for control and just learning, you know, just to really make sure I'm playing the kick drum without just going, you know, like stomp, 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 or just hitting it to hit it. I really want to be in control. So that's why we're focusing on this stuff. So you got to take the time to do it. I suggest if you do have a pillow in your kick or a felt strip or, you know, blanket or whatever, take it out. Try it, and you'll play off that head completely different than when you play with a beater, with something in it affecting the sound. You get a lot more, you know, comfortable, right? Just like with a muted drum, with a snare, with a wallet on it, you're like, oh yeah, like this, it's not gonna ring, it's not gonna go extra crazy. You're taming all those overtones and all that energy, right? You're kind of subduing it, so it's easier to control. But if you're the one that has to play it and then subdue it and control the sustain or the sound and all that, you know, muting the kick drum is something that Keith does when he plays. You know, he'll play, and depending on what he's doing, he'll mute it just like you do a snare, right? If you're going on a rim shot, you can kind of tame it, you know. It's weird. Depending on, it's kind of cool. So it's something, you know, I understand what you're saying. It probably would sound more pleasant to the ear, but for practice reasons, playing on an open tune kick drum, if you're playing heel down, working on figures, you really get the true sound of the drum and what your pedal is 100% doing. There's nothing in the way. I could take this wad of rags right here, right? I'll just put this on, and it'll sound a little less overtony. But if you take like this, put it in between here, you know, sounds a lot deader. As opposed to, right? So you're really getting a sense of like what the drum is doing in its current tuning. So yeah, I know it's probably like extra crazy, but cheers to the crazy. Yeah, Keith is the guy, man. He is the guy. I don't know how to say it, but when he started doing it, you know, everyone puts stuff in their kick drum, and sound engineers and live sound people love in the kick drum microphones, right? Because it isolates that microphone from just all the other stuff going on stage, and it's like, it makes sense, right? Keith started like really playing with a closed kick drum in a modern setting, and sound people would like freak out. Like, you can't do that. Like, what are you talking about? Where's the hole? Like, they were like, what are you doing? But he started working with people, and if you do the proper mic techniques and make sure your playing is good, you can get a really cool sound. And that is like one of Keith's sounds. The first thing you notice with Keith is just like the kick drum. It's just like a boom. It's not that dish. It's got a note. It's got a body, a warmth, a sustain to it. And you'll notice too, with a kick drum like this, when it's fully open and you change beaters, you really notice the attack and the sustain has something to do with the beater that you're using. The more you close off a kick drum, you'll get like differences in attack, but not really like the response of the head in that air. Like the force, if I put a wood beater on here, it would be like gadoosh. Here, I'll show you. It's really cool. But you notice it more with an open tune, right? You notice mallet choice, just like with timpanis. When they're openly tuned, depending on what you got to play, using different mallets, you really notice the change in mallets, So if I take this beater off and I'll put on the wood beater. Let's see. Da, 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 da. It's gonna really thwap. Make sure it's not gonna hit the head. Check it out. Yeah, picking up a low end rumble. Yeah, probably. I'm not doing any cuts, So you're getting whatever the microphone's picking up. That's what it's picking up. So yeah, maybe your sub is a little hot. Could be. I'll let you hear it. Here's what each mic is picking up. Whoops. Here's the kick drum mic. Crotch mic. And the shoulders. So yeah, it's probably it. It's probably the kick drum mic. It's definitely getting low end. This is a crazy low drum. When Sam and Kevin brought this, I don't have a kick drum that goes this low. So yeah, you're probably pulling some easily 20 hertz range that wouldn't be on a normal drum, especially with the closed heads. It's definitely got the most low end out of any kick drum I have here. As opposed to maybe that bigger old WFL can go lower, but this thing just naturally is in like a I think when it was tuned, when they brought it here, I think it was tuned, it was like 45, which is really low frequency wise. But Joel, you got to play on the kit that Steve Jordan has played on like recent, his Gretsch, the one that he's playing with the Rolling Stones? What? Are you sure? That's crazy. Oh man. Or like one of his Yamaha kits. Either or. That's really cool, Joel. That's really cool. He's so good, man. He's so good. He recently released a video about him playing with the Stones and why he has all his cymbals. If you look at a picture of Steve's tour kit right now with the Rolling Stones, he's got all the cymbals on the right, And Charlie, he said during the 70s, early 80s era, at a university. Oh, that's so cool. Oh man. Oh, did you get to go see him? Or did you just get to play the kit? That's so cool. Yeah, he's my favorite. He's so good. But he said that Charlie back in the day, in order to because Keith is on this side of Charlie when he was alive, and in order to have direct contact with Keith and Mick, right? He wanted those two, really Keith and Charlie were like, man. So he said he didn't want any symbol obstructing the view to see Keith. So he moved all his symbols over to here, and that's what Steve did, kind of in that honor, and it's a part of the Rolling Stones sound is like the drummer and Keith, So, yeah, pretty cool. I was like, oh man, Steve, he's so smart. He's so good too, But yeah, I thought that was pretty neat when he said it, because I was wondering that too. I'm like, why is all the symbols over here? You usually got a symbol here, but it just made sense. Just played a kit, which happened to be one he's playing on recent. Wow, was it still tuned that way? Was it still tuned up? Oh, he's killer, man. He's so good. He's so good. Yeah, he's probably one of the best in my opinion. Yeah, Brookie, isn't that neat? So when you watch Steve playing with the Stones, he's playing on a Gretsch kit out of Memory of Charlie, and then I think he's playing a Craviotto snare, which is one of his. But it's kind of cool how Steve kind of stepped into that gig, and this is a true testament of how great a musician he is, and a bandmate. He stepped into that gig, and he was going to do it when Charlie got sick. He was going to do it anyway, but he just people just, it feels like the Stones, he's being very respectful to the way Charlie played and the way shows went. So it's you're getting a very respectful performance out from Steve when you go see the Stones right now. I've watched a bunch of those concerts. There's a bunch of full length ones on YouTube, and they're so good. Snare drum was beautiful. Oh, I'm super jealous. I just want to play on his tuning, man. He's got that. His snare tuning is just like a thing of beauty. It's so good. Oh, that's amazing. What size kick drum was it? I'm curious now. Very curious. All right, we'll get back to these. I'll leave this wood beater on. This is a HHG wood beater too. But you notice you definitely hear a difference in the sound, right? Charlie knew he was going to play kind of like his... Oh, yeah, exactly. Lean, hello. Yeah, Rookie, it's kind of I feel like, I don't know exactly what happened, but Charlie's biography comes out, I think this October, the official one. But I feel like he kind of knew that they were going to be okay, the Stones, Because it's kind of I hate to say this, but it's I feel like he felt okay with just kind of being you know what, they're in good hands. I'm going to spend some time with my family and enjoy. I think he kind of knew what was coming. So I think he, I think he felt comfortable and very, just, they were in good hands, with Steve. So, I don't know. He was, one of the classiest dudes, one of the best around. So, yeah, very sad, but, I mean, we got to witness, legit, how a rock and roll drummer should be for years and years and years, So, yeah. I'm very excited to read that too, Rookie. Very, very excited. Yeah, I think October 11th it came out, That's nice after the Curious Head. Yeah. So it'll be a good read, 100%. He's got, it's there's certain people I love hearing stories about, like Prince, and Charlie's one of them. He's got these crazy stories, not crazy like he did crazy things. He was just such a big drum dork, and he would just show up to random drum shops and just be just step in and it's just cool, you know. He wasn't like the drummer that everyone thinks they need to be, you know, like I need endorsements and I need all this stuff. Like I've told you guys that Gretsch story that John DeChristopher had on his podcast. He said, you know, Gretsch knew Charlie played years and years and years of Gretsch, and he loved Gretsch. So Gretsch was trying to send him like their new line of like, this is our new like flagship Gretsch or whatever. And Charlie's response was always like, I already have a drum set. Why do I need it? You know, like, why do I need another one? I already have a drum set, you know? Like, he's in the Rolling Stones. He could have literally whatever drum set he wants, or in like brand new cymbals every day if he wanted. But he used the same cymbal for like 30 years and just like, he just was very practical and took it very serious. And I love that about him, you know? And there's a story, the same one, his drum tech with his drum key. Charlie always liked a certain kind of like key. I don't remember what it was. And his drum tech knew that Charlie only had one of these keys, right? They took it on tour. It was like the key Charlie put on his tom. That was like the key. And his drum tech reached out to, I can't think of his name, but he has a drum shop in Seattle. And said, hey, if you come across this key, I would love to have a spare one just in case we lose it, right? For Charlie. Charlie loves this key, so if you ever come around one, just send it to me. We'll buy one. And I guess him and Charlie were in the drum shop. They were touring, or they were just traveling, and they happened to go into that drum shop. And, you know, Charlie's looking at the drums, or talking, and the drum tech goes, oh, by the way, did you ever find another key? And the guy who runs the shop goes, yeah, and I just haven't come across one. And Charlie heard him talking. He's like, what are you looking for? What are you talking about? And his drum tech said, you know, oh, I'm looking for another key just in case we lose your key, you know, because I know you like it, so I'd love to have a backup. And he's looking at him. He said, like, well, I have a key. Why do I need another one? You know, like, he just had that like mindset of like, why would you even think about that? You know, like, I have a key. It's right here. I'm not going to lose this one. Like, why would you want a backup? Like, it's right here. He just had this, like, yeah, down to earth, 100%. Yeah, he didn't have a cell phone, didn't have a computer, didn't have any of that stuff. He just loved drums, loved doing his thing, loved his family. So he's a cool guy, you know. He makes me want to go out and, like, buy a suit, you know. He's like that kind of guy. You're like, man, I want a suit now, you know? Just that, he's a classy dude. Classy, very smart, very intelligent. In that story about him with Mick, this is when they were on tour. Mick was getting a little rowdy in the hotel, and he was like, get me my drummer, right? That he wanted to rehearse, or he wanted to do something. And, you know, they ring Charlie's room and say, Mick wants you. He says he needs his drummer. And Charlie got out of bed. This is like the middle of the night. Got dressed, shaved, all in his suit. Got in his suit, you know, his good shoes, good pants, his, I'm sure, tie or whatever. Combed his hair and went up to Mick's room, knocked on the door. Mick answered, and he punched him in the face. And he said, I'm not your drummer, you're my singer. And then he left. And Mick was like, okay. And I was like, what? That's so crazy. So Charlie was like a baller, gangster, classy dude, you know? Like, that's cool. I'm sure, like, in that biography, there's going to be, like, so many more stories like that. But he was a good guy, you know? Yeah, it's a cool story. It's a cool story. Mick tells that story. Like, he's like, yeah, and Charlie punched me in the face. He's like, okay. You know, I can't do a good Mick one, but yeah, there's a lot of really cool Charlie stories. And the fact that, like, all these old jazz cats that he admired and loved over the years, you know, jazz kind of was going under as far as, like, popularity and the money going to a lot of these artists. So Charlie would find when, you know, sales would go up of like his favorite drummers' drum sets, he would overpay just to kind of help the estates of, especially if some of them have passed, or like just to help, you know, the widows, or if the drummers were still alive, he would still, you know, really help out. And that was just a testament of what a cool guy he was. He respected a lot of those old time jazz drummers, and they were the reason he was there. So he wanted to kind of help them out too. So, I mean, he did so many good things throughout the industry. Like there's whispers and stories of just like, it goes on and on forever. He was a true good guy, you know? Yeah. So yeah, Charlie, there you go. Good Charlie. Well, do I need another key? I already got one. You know, it's so fun. But we'll get back to this. I might have a little spot of coffee since we're in that mindset. We're getting there. Today's a slow day. Got nowhere to be, but we're gonna get some work done. I'm excited. I will bring out some other bass drums too. I got the Sonar queued up. I want to bring out that Mahogany, the Bucks County kit. Probably tomorrow. I'm going to tune it up tonight. It's got G12 heads on it, so they're 12 mil single ply, a little thicker. But we've never really like tuned it up. So I'm going to see what that thing sounds like, kind of in a bop tuning sense. So we'll do that probably tomorrow. Or on stream later. Maybe we'll tune it up on stream. That could be kind of fun. Yeah, that book's going to be good. Like, legit, it's going to be good. Because all those guys are still around to tell those stories, you know? And I'm sure there's a bunch of them. There's a neat one if you listen to, oh, man. What's the drummer's name? He's just, like, crazy good. He does all the DW videos. Thomas Lang. There's a story, I think it's on Drummer's Resource podcast with Thomas Lang talking about Charlie, and it's just really cool. Like, he didn't have a computer, and he came over to the States to record drums for something for Thomas Lang, and he was going to stay at his house, or they stopped at Thomas's house to have lunch or something, and he kind of was like on YouTube. Thomas was looking at something, showing him like a drummer. It's like, hey, check this out. And Charlie asked, hey, can you look up this old drummer, like old from like the 40s this was a drummer that he used to go see like when he was little, like some of the drummers that inspired him, right? He hasn't seen this drummer in like 70 whatever years. And he's like, can you search for this drummer, right? And so Thomas goes on YouTube, searches it up, and there's a bunch of videos. And Charlie was watching this, started crying, like, because he doesn't computer. So, you know, Thomas said he's there with Charlie watching like his heroes as a kid drum again on the internet, like kind of getting teary-eyed, and they went down this whole rabbit hole because he was like, oh, can you look up this person? Can you look up this person? And he was having all these just like cool memories of like going back and watching, you know, drummers. Like, we take it for granted. We could just pull up, look up, you know, Lars Ulrich, 1984. But he didn't really know how to do that. You know, like I said, he didn't have a cell phone, didn't have a computer. So like, he's like, here's Charlie Watts sitting in my kitchen on a bar stool with a laptop, like getting really emotional and like having all these stories about going to see this in this pub or in this jazz club when he was a kid. He said it was really cool. So Charlie, yeah, he just loved drums. He loved jazz. He loved everything about it. So he really brought a lot of his success and put it back into the industry in a very, very honorable, cool way. So yeah, he's one of the greats, you know. Surprised to see the HHD drum today. Thought it was too rock. It is, rookie. It's pretty rock and roll. That's what I mean. I don't have a drum that tunes this low. If you like detune this, it shakes the whole room. Yeah, this drum has something to it that other drums don't have as far as the low end goes. But it's fun to play. It's fun to play. I have this tuned up very high. So it's a very high jazz tuning. But it still sounds incredibly low, you know? But all right. A little more coffee. I still taste the Captain Crunch. It's probably just like ripped up all my gum lines. Oh, Captain Crunch is brutal, but I love it. It's so good. Yeah, I don't like this wood beater on here. It's like, it's too like thuddy. It's like where'd the key go? Oh, I think it's in my pocket. You need a special key for this kick drum pedal. You need this. Yeah, this is too thumpy. Too thumpy right now. We'll maybe bring it out later. What's up, Bart? Hello. Neoden low. Neoden's in. Oh man, am I saying that right? Have I watched Whiplash? I have. Whiplash is a good movie. Which movie do I recommend for music though? That's a good question. I don't know. There's some really good ones. Oh man, a good music movie. Cash is really good. Array is really good. There's a lot of good documentaries. Whiplash is fun though. It's a little over the top, but it's pretty good. Cal, right? Guardians of the Galaxy, yeah, that's great. Cal, let's go. You know what's a good music movie? Stand Up and Shout with Marky Mark. What's that movie? Is it called Rockstar? That's a good movie too. I haven't watched it in a long time. I think we're missing the most important music movie of all time though, which is Spinal Tap. Like that should be number 1. I'm just saying. I don't know why I didn't answer with that first, but Spinal Tap is the best. I heard they're making another one, so that's good news. Could you imagine if we get another Spinal Tap? That would be like the best. It'd be so good. So I'm trying to do, Dan, it's good to see you. Hi. I'm doing comp examples. They're all supposed to be on the snare drum, but I'm doing them as like they're 2-bar phrases. So I'm doing the first part on the kick drum, then the second part on the snare a couple times, and then flopping them around. And it's hard. But Dan, cheers. It's good to see you. It's cool because you're getting some different kind of variations, and the rhythms aren't super crazy, but it's kind of cool. It's a little challenging because you get one thing in your ear and then you flip it around and it gets all crazy. Rise up, what's up? So, you know, it's like your brain will get comfortable and then you do the inverse of it, right? So the rhythms are the same, but it's on the kick instead of the snare. So you get some different responses after the call, so it's kind of cool. All right, we'll keep going. breaks. Bear time, what's up? Hello, thank you. Thank you. Try to be cozy, right? We're working out of The Art of Bop Drumming by John Riley. And just kind of doing I've been working on it this whole week. So right now I'm just kind of going back to certain things, trying different voicings and just seeing how it sounds. So feeling it out. But hopefully people who've been sticking around this whole week are hearing some improvement. It's feeling so much better than it was legit like a week ago. So yeah, Cal, let me know what you think. Yeah, so we're on page 18, just doing basic comping, but doing one with the snare, one with the kick, each measure, and then flopping them, like doing a couple each just to get different ideas down. But feels good. My brain doesn't hurt, it just feels worked, you know? Like this stuff, as drummers, we get very comfortable, right? With just playing the beats that we know and are comfortable with, right? We go into like, it's like you don't think about driving anywhere anymore. Like you just drive. You're not thinking like, am I gonna run into like, I don't know, like a tree, you know? Remember when you first you first started driving, you were like, oh, am I gonna give it too much gas? What's gonna happen? The steering and each car felt different. Now you just drive, right? You don't think about it. Same with drumming. You do it a long time. You play the same groove, same kind of styles. You just do it. You don't really think. Your brain isn't being exercised or put on alert. This is putting me on like behind the wheel of a car again that I don't know how to drive, and it's actually like a stick shift. I have no idea how to drive stick, right? It's like extra like crazy. So it feels good. It's like that kind of like, I'm confident, I know I can do it, but it's keeping me on my toes. So it feels good. And I don't know if I have a Toby fur in my nose or a Dan fur nose hair, but I got something itching me in my nose. It could be like a dog fur on my mustache sometimes, but it keeps tickling me as I'm playing, and I'm like, nothing goes away. So I'm gonna say it's a Dan nose hair that needs to be dealt with, as they say. But we are on page 18, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, line 8, and the second variations. All right, get back to it. I didn't stretch. The nose knows, right? Huh. Promise it's not what you think. I'm over here like, no, I got a dog fur, guys. I promise. They're like, sure, coffee. Sure, Dan, sure. Right? Thompson, oh yeah, we're on the practice, 100% rookie. Thank you. Underbox, let's buy an expensive Spicino. What does that mean? You could train 3 hours extra day. What is like a cappuccino? Is that what you mean? It sounds like a cappuccino. Yeah, I'll take one of those. Please, whatever's in it, I'll take it. Where are they from? I've never heard of them. Spizzacino? Hold on, I'm Googling it. I'm curious. Mouse, just be good, okay? Just relax, Mouse. Spizzacino. I've never heard of them. Hold on, we're looking them up. I'm probably butchering the name, huh? Spiz, Italy. The man doesn't live anymore. Oh, right on. Spiz. So it's like Spiz, like Craviato kind of. Poor Johnny. Spizzacino. Oh my gosh, they're crazy expensive. That's wild. I don't know about these. There's a couple for sale. Yeah, that's a lot of money. I'll have to check them out. Yeah, I don't know about them, but all the symbols are over $2,000, so that's crazy. I'll have to check them out. There's one in Delaware. A 17-inch crash ride is $2,350. That's crazy. That's wild. Very cool. Well, how old? When did he make these symbols? He's pretty young. Yeah. Have you heard of Nicky Moon? If someone can type in ! Nicky Moon, I'll play one of the symbols he just brought me. He's an American symbol smith. He's freaking pretty nice. I assume like that ride is kind of like a Stradivari, you know, like just crazy unique. But this is a ride Nicky just made. It's only a couple days old, so it really hasn't settled. But this is a 24-inch, one of a kind that he made for me. I'll play a little bit with it. I'll leave the shimmeries off so you can hear it. But yeah, there you go, Nicky Moon. He's a cool dude, legit. He's probably the longest independent symbol smith in the U.S. You know, but check it out. Tell him you said that. Legit. We were streaming the other day and he brought it over. He texted, he's like, hey, can I bring you something? And he brought this. It's really good. He's a sweetheart. You should really check him out. He knows his stuff. He's traveled all over the world studying with, you know, people in South America and Turkey. Like he's legit, you know. He knows his stuff. You know your stuff too, it sounds like. Yeah. This is a much washier symbol. That's a Mino Foundry Reserve, and it's a little more tingy. I was trying to get like a more tingy symbol for working on these, just to really hear belt articulation. Oh, you do steel stuff? Right on. Speaking of that new symbol, have you noticed any changes in sound? Yeah, no, 100%. That's what I was just going to say. And Bill, hi! Does Captain America know what you've done with his shield? It's big, man. It's big. And no, Nikki said like the edge, like splashing it, you know, like or crashes with it. And, he said it's gonna really tighten up over the next like couple weeks, you know, because he literally like the ink was still wet on it. So it's still settling. I notice it is definitely tightening a little bit, Cal, in a cool way, like more stick definition. It's not so washy, but it's a great cymbal, you know. So I'm trying not to like play it too much because I want to let it like do its thing, you know. But it's a good one. He also another one of his right here. He gave me a flat ride like a couple months ago. Check this out. This is a 20-inch flat ride from Nikki. It's pretty cool. It's a cool one. It's really good. I've got this is a prototype he did. Sorry, I can listen to Rise all day too. We'll take a little break. Just try some stuff out. This was his. You should check out Nikki. Legit, he's a good people. This is a very light. He did this a couple years ago. This was a prototype he did. It's a very light. If you look at the shape, it's a very hard belt or very hard curve on it on the body. So it's a very let me try to get it in the shot here. It's a very hard shape. But he wanted to kind of emulate some of like the old swing cymbals of like the late 30s, kind of 40s stuff. So it's just kind of an experiment he did, and it was like a prototype. And I was like, I want it. I've used it on a couple of recordings, and it does sound pretty cool. But this is like his swingy kind of thing. I have to be in the mood for this cymbal. You know, it's a very like. Is most of the time I hear it, I'm like, ah. But sometimes it's like, like it's very refreshing. It's like a breath of fresh air from like your standard sound, you know, like ting, ting, ting. And then all of a sudden it's like washy, very metally, thin. But it's kind of supposed to emulate that old like, ching, dong, ching, you know, like the very thin kind of sound of like the old days, you know. It breathes, yeah. Because I'm trying to think like cymbals like really got thick, like in that jazz era. They really, you know, really started chunking them up, but they were on the thinner side and not so big, right? Like back in like the 20s, 30s, like when they first started coming out with drum sets. It's like the cymbals, you never saw like big cymbals. They were all kind of small, thin, quick sustain. So this, you know, it's like a crash ride effect all in one kind of thing, but it's kind of neat. I like the thick ones. They're loud in the house and to my ears. Yeah, it depends, you know, it all depends on what you're doing, I guess, but for me it's a mood thing. Sometimes I want to hear like a pingy ride, you know, something short and thick and heavy. And sometimes I want, like something just like, that's gonna just smear all the notes, you know. Bart, do I teach drums? I used to. When I was in LA, I used to teach a lot. Since we moved here, I haven't yet. But SI, hello. Monin from Germany, hello. Guten Tag. But yeah, I could do this all day. I got a lot of rides. They're nice, so fun. But Jocko, 26 months, he's a woman, gifted, to Onderbox. Dude, he's a woman, thank you. That's very nice. He's the one's the best. It's awesome to have you, like legit. So do you hand hammer, I know you said instruments, what kind of instruments? That's really cool. Like that's an art. Like I've watched Nicky do it. And like you're not just like whamming a hammer, right? Like he's doing it with like precision, and there's reasons, and it's crazy. I have a trained ear, but I wear my headset with your streams because the acoustics are amazing. Bill, dude, thank you. That's high praise, you know? Like legit, Bill, thank you. That's the nicest compliment I think you can give me. That it sounds good, or that you put headphones on. Thank you. I make hand pan instruments. Oh, right on. Like to make innovative ones, more bass notes and percussion. That is very cool. That's wild. That's legit. That's really cool. I got one more ride that maybe I'll swap out to for a little bit. This other big 24. It's dry, so you might not like it, but I want to try a couple of these. We're gonna keep going with the exercises, but we'll try it with a drier cymbal. Just to see. Again, you know, they all got their place, you know. This is a 24-inch Big Apple dark ride. So this is for like, it's washy but not pingy, and it's very subtle. So I think it's supposed to be like that New York kind of sound, but not like in your face, but like subtle. It's a cool cymbal. It rings 4 days. Drums. Let's go, Blinko. So we'll do a couple with this one. It's subtle, right? Like, it just feels nice. It's like cozy, inviting. It's not like, ah. It just is kind of there, you know? The ear seems not to, yeah, it's nice. This I found at the Drum Center of Portsmouth. I was driving through, and they have a used cymbal area. And, you know, I was looking through them. I was like, oh, my God, where'd this one? Oh, this poor thing, right? And just to kind of see. And this one was all the way in the back. And I was like, this looks like brand new. It's legit. It's like brand new. And one of the guys that works there, I was like, what's the story with this? He's like, that just came in. Someone bought it, and I think, like, just hated it or something. I don't know. So I'm like, whoa. So I got a great deal on it. And it's just something I don't have, or I didn't have. So it's just nice, you know? Every drum tip sounds different on any right. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I don't have any other sticks in here. I legit cleaned. I cleaned out everything this morning. But yeah. Testing cymbals and all that. Yeah, drumstick matters. The tip, just the taper, all that stuff goes into it. So I'm using Vader Sweet Rides Hickory right now. So it's got a good little tinginess to them, you know. But all right. Break over. Oh. It's nice to meet you, though. You seem to know what you're talking about. I'm gonna check out that company or that artist. It's sad they're not around anymore, but it's like a couple of those in the drum industry, you know, like Stradivari violins. They've been around like 600-800 years or something like that. Drum builders, like the boutique builders, a lot of them are just like coming up now. Like the boutique business is like a new thing, but there have been a couple who have been around the industry for a long time. And the one I think that is kind of our like Stradivari or like very held in high regard drum set, handmade kind of thing is Johnny Craviotto. He worked for like DW and then started the Craviotto Drum Company in the 2000s, and made them all by hand. They're just beautiful steam bent solid shell drums. And they were expensive when he was alive, but then when he passed, he'd sign them all, you know, and I think like over time the wood just settles, they start really sounding good. But they're still making them, so, you know, but if you can find they call them like a Craviotto, you know, with a signature on it. Like those are kind of like, they're very expensive because they do sound legit, like nothing out there. You know, they're really cool, really. You know, he was a woodworker for his whole life. So it's, you know, instruments like that, finding, you know, stories about cymbals or, you know, drums that are just made to like an insane amount of quality and detail from people who've done it their whole lives. It's really cool. And they definitely for sure have value, you know. And the Stradivari, like they say, just sounds better over time. And I believe drum sets do the same thing, right? Like the wood settles and all that. But the thing is, with the way modern drums are made, with ply shells and glue and all that, it's almost like the glue's going to deteriorate way before the wood does. That's usually what happens. The plies start to spread, moisture gets in there, and they start to come apart. So like a Stradivari is all solid wood, right? It's all like bent and steam. It's just like, it's formed. It's not going to move. So a lot of the solid shell drums, like this, that's a 1940s WFL maple, just one piece of maple. It sounds stupid. It sounds so good. But it's like that one piece of maple is not going to split. It's not going to crack if it's kept right. You know, the tension and everything that it was built to, it's going to stay like that forever, right? It's not going to start separating. And the thing with all these modern drums, it's easier to produce quickly, you know, ply shells, and some people argue they sound better, but I mean, if you go up to like Noble and Cooley, Craviato, there's Evets. I don't know how to quite say it. I think they're out of Australia or New Zealand. There's a couple like solid shell companies. There's one in Switzerland too. I'm trying to think of the names, and please everyone chime off. You know, companies that do solid steam bent shells still, because it's hard to do. But Craviato was like the one that like really thought they sounded better, and over time they would just continue to sound better. And they kind of do. They're so good. But if you look at like a Craviato kit, I mean, you're gonna spend like 8 to 10 plus grand, and even if it's signed, a lot more. You know. To think people collect shoes they never wear, at least with an instrument you can still. Yeah, right, rookie, right? Dan, I hope you're good too. It's good to see you. You guys are nice. But it requires an obsessive minds to make great instruments. Yeah. So, like in the drum world, the drum set's so new, right? Like there's no way to, like, cymbals have been around for thousands of years. The drum set and the art of making drums, Sonar is the oldest company out there currently that's been around. But like the modern interpretation of the drum set and how drums are made for that, it's like, it's still a baby, right? It's like barely 100 years old. So it's interesting. Oh, Dan, let's go. All right, then I'm going to play. I'll shut up. My voice probably doesn't sound good in your ear sipping coffee, right? Probably like, we get it, Dan. Shut up. Hi, Mountain. It's good to see you. Yeah, geeking it is the best. So fun. Juju, hi. 26 whole years. I'm not gonna lie, Juju. I just read that and I was like, oh my God, it's been 26 years. I was at the Titanic like, 84. Thank you. Oh, like there was a moment where I was like, 26 years. Oh my God, it is 20. And then I'm like, wait a second. Like there was a moment, right? Did you ever get those? Where you're like, oh. 26 years would be a good thing. That'd be really fun. Hi. Oh, it's good to see you. Happy Saturday. My kids and the missus are out of town for like 3 weeks. So it's me and the dog and the drums and the coffee. So yeah, I'm a blur. I have no idea what day it is, what month we're in. I think we're in July, right? Because I think the 4th is coming up. But yeah, it's good to see you. I hope everything's good. 3 weeks. Oh my God, it sounds like heaven. It is. It's interesting. I'm a very routine-oriented person, so like you get used to like when my wife's in the bed, I sleep really good, right? And the kids are home, I know where they are, but you worry. You're like, you know, stuff like that. So like waking up to the quiet at first, it's weird. It's nice, right? To not like do something you get interrupted like 20 times. That is nice. I'm just going to get used to it and they're going to come home. That's how it's going to be. Because right now I'm like, oh my God, I could do all this stuff. But like my body and mind are not used to having like all this free time. So I'm like, oh my God, I could play drums all day. And then my body's like, we're not ready for that. No, what are you doing? So it's like, it's kind of cool. I'm using this time to practice and really like get some stuff done. But at the same time, like I miss them and it's weird not having them here. But I'm going to get used to it, and then they're going to come home, and I'm going to be like, oh, my God, yeah, I remember this. But I got to see them today, this morning. We FaceTime every day, but this morning they were going with their aunt and uncle, to do something cool. I don't know where they were going. I think they were going like a water park or something. I don't know. My kids have done more in their like little bit of time than I've done my whole life. I swear. My kids are like, they're balling right now at Grandma and Grandpa's house. They wake up, they're like, oh, let's go out. They go out to eat. They go on cool trips. They go to museums. They're going to do kid things. They're going to water parks. I never went to a water park when I was their age in summer vacation. If I went to my grandparents' house, I was usually having to work or something. They had a farm, so they were like, all right, let's go. Let's get out there. We got to cut hay. And I'd be like, oh my God, can we go to a water park? They would have just laughed at me, You don't even know how to swim? For real? Did you just never want to learn, or did you try and you're like, can't do it? It's interesting. I hate swimming. Like, legit, I hate swimming. My kids have never seen me swim, like, ever. My wife has seen me swim on our honeymoon in the Caribbean. I went in the water, but I don't like swimming. And we joke. My kids are like, if you and Mom, because my wife does Ironman races and where you swim for like, I don't know, 50,000 miles. They're like, could you beat Mom swimming? I'm like, totally. And my wife's like, really? And I was like, yeah, I could easily beat you swimming. And my kids are like, oh, let's have a race. I'm like, we'll never know. We'll never know. I don't even have swimming trunks as far as I know, One girlfriend, yeah. Me and the girls still go to water parks. Water parks are the best. They are... Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Water parks are fun. Some of those slides are legit. Like you feel like you're going to like fly out of them, Some of them are pretty hairy. But water parks are fun. I like the lazy river. That's my jam. Like you guys go stand in line with all those, slides and all that. I'm just going to float around here on a tube. But I haven't been to a water park in, God, I feel like we were married. I don't even know. I don't know. And I wasn't swimming. That's what I mean. I was just floating around on a tube, Are you not supposed to wear pants when you go swimming? Ask for a friend. Dude, sure. Go for it. But Kimi, you sing like a rock? Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. I have a couple friends who don't, you know? That's your brother's kids? Like, they get to do all the cool stuff? Yeah, we never did cool stuff as a kid. We had I had a great upbringing, but, like, we never went on vacations or stuff like that. Like, an idea of a vacation was I had an aunt that lived in Jersey, and we would go to the shore, we'd go visit and stay at her house, and that, to us, that was like, whoa. It was such a crazy experience. But, like, you know, we didn't go to, like, Disney World every year, or, you know, we have friends, like, they go, like, every weekend on vacation. They're somewhere. It's like, oh my gosh, like, how do you afford that? It's crazy. You know, I love my kids, but, you know, I want them to, like, we've talked about taking them to, like cool places and stuff. Excuse me. Like, my wife went to college in Hawaii. She wants to take us, like, I would love to have a family trip to Hawaii so the kids can see, like, where my wife spent a lot of her time. But I'm like, the kids won't appreciate it right now, you know? Like, we could take them, but they wouldn't know. Like, to them, Hawaii looks just like our old place in California. Like, they wouldn't appreciate it, you know? And that's what I worry about our kids. Like, they get so much stuff, and they get to do so much. Like, are they appreciating, like, hey, man, you just went to see, like, dinosaurs, like, you were at the Smithsonian. You know, do you understand? And they're like, we went to a museum and saw dinosaur bones. My boys got to see, like, the space shuttle in LA, like, as it was moving to the final destination through the streets. They got to see it land. You know, they got to see, like, amazing things. And I'm like, do you even know? You know, like, the cool things are like, oh, I kind of remember that. You know, but hopefully we have pictures. Hopefully it'll refresh them as they get older. But I got to do cool stuff too as a kid, but it was a different, I guess, mindset, you know? Different, I don't know. Peeing off a cliff. That's what I used to do on summer break. That was my vacations, right? But yeah, I don't like swimming. I'm fine with never swimming again, you know? It's just not a thing I like to do, you know? Feels weird. I'm like, I'm just good. I don't need to go float around in this pool and not die, you know, or just try not to die for the next however many minutes I'm in here. So much now I barely remember. It makes me kind of sad, right? Yeah, that's what I worry. Like, my kids get to do really cool stuff because we have family all over. But it's like, you know, are they appreciating it? You know, so. Hopefully, I'm sure you appreciate it, but it's like, are they going to remember it? Like you said, they've done some really cool things. I didn't even really fly until I was out of high school. You know, that was like my first time flying. So we'll see. Like with toys too, like people get, like, we have a big family, so at Christmas time, they get so much stuff, you know, from Santa, and I'm like, we don't get a lot we get like one toy for each kid, but you know, like grandpas, aunts and uncles, everybody gives them gifts, and we're like, they don't need them, they don't like play with them, they'll play with stuff, and then they're outside playing in the woods, you know, building forts. So I'm like, it's just an interesting time where I remember as a kid, we'd get like one or two presents from Santa, and that was it. You know, it wasn't like come downstairs. And I remember watching like Home Alone, and he's like the 1,000 presents. It was like, whoa, that's crazy. That's kind of tipped me off to Santa too. When I was a kid, I was like, I'm a pretty good kid, and I didn't wake up to, you know, presents like spoiling over the couch. But you know, I know my parents like did the best that they could and gave us like amazing Christmases, but it wasn't like super lavish, and whatever we got, like, we took care of, you know. Where my kids, they get all this crap, and they're just like yay next, and I'm like, no, and I tell all my family, I'm like, stop buying them stuff, please. Like, they need to learn like stuff isn't just given to them all the time, you know, like whatever they want, don't get it to them. But you know, my mom is always like, oh, well, they really like it, they really wanted it, they've been really good. I'm like, no, they haven't. A log set, 12HG Hybrid 4. Yeah, let's go. That's what they need. Strong wings of because sounds dangerous. That's how you learn how to fly. So that's one of the things, like with where we are now. It's just like the kids get spoiled, and we gotta, like, me and my wife talk all the time. We're like, we gotta take them down a couple notches, you know, like they gotta learn, like it's just not all like just readily available and given to them, because that is not how life works, kid. You know, you can't always get what you want, but that'll come, like, it'll be interesting to see them get like their first job, you know. I had a job when I was a super youngster working on the farm. I didn't even get paid, you know, but my kids are like, they'll do something outside. They're like, Dad, we picked up sticks. I'm like, cool, thanks. They're like, you owe us $5. I'm like, what? Like, get in the house. Oh, little punk, you know, like they're like, we'll wash the car. I'm like, oh, thanks, guys. They're like, for $20 each. I'm like, oh, it's terrible. Make them work in high school. If I'm not gonna make them work, if they want stuff, I'm not gonna give them money. I'll put it that way. My parents, I had to work. I bought my first drum set, my first car, my first motorcycle in high school. I saved and worked for it. My parents didn't. They were like, you want a car? Cool. Buy it yourself. You want insurance? Cool. You want to drive? Cool. Pay for it yourself. So like I learned to save and stuff like that. I had friends that got like their cars, just like brand new cars given to them, and they crashed them. They treated them like crap. Where here's me, you know, financed a car, and I'm like waxing it every night. You know, I was like crazy OCD with the stuff because I was paying for it, taking care of it. So I do want my kids, like, if they want things, I'm not just gonna go buy it for them. You know, I want them to learn, like, at least put in an effort and learn how to save and, you know, think about, like, okay, if, you know, because as a parent, I'm not always going to be there, you know, to be like, yeah, here's $100. Oh, okay, cool. Here's this, you know, so I want them to be okay when I'm gone. So it's like, I want them, at least in high school, I don't want it to be like them focus on work. Like that's all they do. Like I want, school is important still, but I feel like, you know, they can at least something, you know, because you learn a lot at that age. You learn to see how society works, not just in a school setting or a family setting. Like if you're at a job, you're seeing all kinds of walks of life. You're dealing with nice people, you're dealing with terrible people, you're dealing with rich people, poor people, and I want my kids to be exposed to that, like all different, like I don't want them to just go from home to school and be in this bubble of like, it's all good and rainbows and happy. I kind of want them to see, you know, some stuff. And I think being exposed to that when you're developing as a teenager, having someone complain that your service sucked or, you know, like, let me see the manager. I think that's good for people to kind of go through at that age, instead of like their first experience to that being like a 25-year-old out of college and you just like have a breakdown because you're like, oh, no one's ever yelled at me before, you know, or have a terrible manager or just deal with coworkers, you know, all that stuff. Not like make that your full-time gig when they're teenagers, but have a taste of that. I think that's going to really help in the long run when they go to college, you know, appreciate like that they're like, it's not just a gift that you get to go to college. Like you have to work for it. So there'll be value in the things that they do as I get older. So, yeah. Ever listen to Failure? No, Tip. No. In Lion High. Yeah. So they'll know how capital. Yeah. My kids know. Oh, they know. Right. They know 100%. they're always like, they'll want to help, but they want some money out of it. My 6-year-old, he's cute though. He's like, can I help today? Can we get ice cream? I'm like, yeah, dude, we can get ice cream. I'm a sucker for that. Everyone should work in food service at least once. It teaches humility and empathy. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, it takes you, like, just if you're in this place of like, I'm better than people, it really shows you like we're all the same. We're all doing the same thing, you know? So I want my kids to have a taste of that, you know? Am I going to force them to work? No, but if they're asking me every week to like, you know, use the car or whatever, I'm like, no. You know, I will help you, you know, get a car and you'll have to pay for it and work towards it if that's what you want. But like certain things, I think part of it too, I had a lot of students when I was in LA that their parents just gave them everything, right? And I mean, like, I had one kid who whatever new iPhone came out, he would come in that day and he's like, yeah, I was at school and I had my parents wait in line, you know, at the Apple store this morning so I could get it. And I'm like, you punk kid, you know, and their parents were like, he wanted it, so what are we going to do? I'm like, say no. Say go stand in your own line, kid. But he always got the newest thing. And I remember he would like a couple times he broke his phone or dropped it, you know, at school or skateboarding. He's like, oh, my parents will give me another one. I don't care. You know, I was like, and the parents are like, he dropped it. What are we going to do? I'm like, don't buy him another phone. Or he'd like lose it. And of course, I remember this kid when he turned 15, he's like, oh yeah, I'm going to get this car. And his parents are like, well, I guess he really wants that car. It's like, I want a car too. You know, and I'm like, this kid is either going to just live off of that parent just kind of taking care of him until like he's 30, 40. But then there's going to be a point where he's going to be hit with a no, and it's just going to like just wreck this kid, you know, or adult, you know. At some point, you're going to hear the word no, and you're not going to get your way, and it's just going to be this like thing, you know. You can't let him suffer with a broken screen. I know. Oh man. Yeah. But that's the thing. Like, he just didn't appreciate anything he got, and he just assumed when I turned 16, I get a new Benz. When I graduate high school, I'm gonna go to the college I want. You know, like, why can't I get to do the things I want? And of course, his parents both of them were just like, whatever he wants, he gets. It was kind of like disgusting. You know, because you saw, it was like Joffrey, right? Like Game of Thrones. He was kind of like that. Like that kid, he's a terrible drummer. And I wouldn't give him, he didn't like me. I wonder why. Because I was honest. I was like, dude, that wasn't good. You need to practice. Oh. You know, I'd always be like, dude, that wasn't good. No, it was terrible. You know, I was kind of a brutally honest teacher. But, I'm not going to like just say, that was great, dude. You're amazing. Great job. Great. Because a lot of other people in his life, that's all he heard was, you're great. You're the best. Here's whatever you want. You know, it'll be good. Those parents are making a sociopath. Yeah. He was legit. Like, go stand in line at the Apple store every year when the new phone, like, oh my gosh. Like, I love my kids. And if they work their butt off for something, I would do something like that, like surprise them with a gift, like wait all day if they've been just like killing it, being amazing. I see that. But if my kid woke up one day and was like, Dad, go wait in line at the Apple store and get me the new iPhone, I would be like, excuse me? You know, you can't buy skill. Exactly. Yeah. So it is something that I think you grow up and being exposed to certain things. I think it's good. Whether or not, it's just like for me, I grew up in the country, and there's that song Sunscreen. I know it's silly, but it's like everyone should live in the city for a while. Everyone should live in the country. But I do believe like you should live in different places, like experience different cultures, just like meet new people, you know, all that stuff is real. Oh, am I gone? Is our internet gone? I think it is. That's not good. Is it back? Can always have internet. Andy's back. That was weird. Yeah, the internet, like everything went out. The YouTube. Yeah, sorry. Sorry about that. I should go look real quick. Let me go check. Let me go check the main computer. Just to see. Real quick, I'll check. Yeah, the internet just cut out. That's crazy. Like it just shut off and turned back on again. Is it looking okay? It seems like it's back, but it just cut out and cut back in. Like maybe they're working on the lines and they were like, huh, huh. We did have a big storm last night, so maybe they're doing something. Sorry about that. Yeah, Craig's still chilling. Craig's like, Craig don't need internet. Oh, your apartment building busted a water main this morning. No water, no AC right now. Oh, dude, that sucks. Can you go to the movies? I would go to the movies, dude. Definitely go to the movies. Or go like to where would you go? Like a restaurant, good AC. I remember people used to go to the malls. Like we never had an air conditioner till I was older. And I remember when it was really hot, we would go like walk around the mall because it was AC'd, you know, everyone would be in there. Air conditioners were expensive. And fun fact, we got an air conditioner one year when I got pneumonia. One summer, I was like 12 or 13, and the doctor's like, "Do you guys have an air conditioner?" And my mom's like, "No." And she was like, and the doctor's like, Dr. Rucker, he was the man. He was so cool. He was our family doctor, and he's like, "Well, maybe you should get an air conditioner. It'll help with his breathing and stuff." And then we came home, and my mom's like, "Yeah, the doctor told us to get an air conditioner." And he's like, "What?" That's some prescription. It was like, and my mom's like, "You're going to get one right now. My baby's sick." So my dad goes out and spends like, I remember a crazy amount of money on just like a window air conditioner, but you know, they were expensive. Like I said, we weren't like the wealthiest people. But then my dad loved the air conditioner and like can't live without it now. It's hilarious. We used to just have like fans and like close the curtains and stuff. But when we got the air conditioner, he was like, that was it. You know, I was like, "You can say thank you, Dad, for, you know, getting sick." Yeah, Dad got way spoiled, you know. But I remember him being like, "What? We need to buy an air conditioner for what?" You know, and my mom's like, "My baby's sick." You know, everyone goes to one place and the shop is over capacity. Exactly. But I remember that year I had, sorry, I'm just reminiscing. I had pneumonia. We got the air conditioner and I was sick for like a couple weeks. I remember legit. And I remember, do you remember like those old Tiger games? Like those, like they weren't like Game Boy games, but they were like, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like those old Tiger, they had like Mega Man and like Mario or whatever, but they were cheap, but it was like you had a video game. I had a Ninja Turtles one, and it was green. It was shaped kind of like the Star Trek symbol. But I had like this Ninja Turtle video game, and like Turtles in Time had just came out on Super Nintendo, and I wanted that game. And my mom couldn't afford the real one, so she got me that like Tiger one at the checkout counter or whatever. And I was like, "Mom, this is the best." So I remember having pneumonia, AC, and my Turtles Tiger video game. I was balling. It was a good week. So yeah. But AC is an amazing alternative. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Air conditioning is great. That was a good year. I remember. It was a very good year. Oh, it's fun to reminisce. But yeah, my kids are gonna whatever they want. Certain things I will help them with because I had help over the years. You know, we all do. We all need help. You know, my parents were super supportive. My wife's parents were great, you know, and we were getting a house and stuff like that. Like, you help out your family, right? So I will help them with certain things, but they aren't going to get whatever they want whenever they want it. That is just, that's not good, not a good thing, you know? But, whew, we're going to move on. I'm looking at this page. We're kind of going through, today's a recap of like everything we've done. So we're on page 22, the comp examples. We're going to do the same kind of thing that we've been doing, just with more triplet variations, right? The Art of Bob Drumming, page 22. I might do these just all hands first, just kind of go through them, and then we'll maybe do kind of what we did before, but I don't think I can. I know I could do it, but I think that it's too soon to do the exercise that I did last, like do snare and then kick. We'll see. Some are going to be a lot trickier than the others. So I'm going to have to slow this one down a bit. And hopefully the internet holds up, right? Maybe a Fortnite. Maybe a kid was on Fortnite. I betcha. Or Squirrel. Probably Squirrel. All right. I'm going to bring Nikki's cymbal back up. Try just different. Should we get a different snare too before we start this? I think so. Let's get a new snare. We'll get this cymbal back. Where's, there it is. All right. Let's do. Where's the copper? Let's get the copper snare. Let's get that up. Actually, let's try this. I gotta get a new head on this. This is the oak stave from HHG. Let's try this. Mr. Old Fashioned, hello, I like your name. It's a great drink. Legit, I like your name, and thank you. Shocker Garza, what's up? Hi. These are hard. Like I said, I don't know if I'm gonna do them first without the kick drum. Maybe just do like 4 on the floor, do some snare stuff, because some of these are tricky. Carson, we're just practicing today. No music, just getting good. That was tricky. Dun, 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 dun. Hi. Yeah, I don't have neighbors, so we're good. We're good. That's hot. No, definitely no hot. No. Oh, that's what the drugs are for, right? Break time. Yeah, guys, welcome. Cheers. And the Carewolf, hello. Hi, I like your name. Oh, and Nami. Yeah, it's like I mean, it's just like any instrument, right? I see the Matt emote, so you know good people. But it's like proper technique, hopefully, if people that get carpal tunnel, from what I've noticed, is they've just spent too many years just killing their arms with bad technique, and then a lot of times they start to change the way they play because they realize like they're doing a lot of damage. Drummers and like carpal tunnel, like people who like type a lot or use mouse, you know, if you're at a computer or whatever. Guitar players get it, piano players. What happens, carpal tunnel, like the biggest reason people get it is if you take like your wrist or your arm and you flatten it out and feel all those ligaments and tendons moving there, right? It's really just bone and tendons here. There's no muscle, right? And when you turn your wrist, all those ligaments and tendons bend over that bone, right? Like your wrist. And a lot of the carpal tunnel happens just from like just rubbing up against all that pressure, and then it gets irritated and inflamed. And, you know, so bad technique usually for drummers stems from playing usually with like too much of an angle, trying to play fast, you know, a lot of times. So guitar players, same thing. They might be playing, you know, their neck in a really weird spot, or, you know, trying to play like all crazy, all kinked up. And same like keyboard, if you're playing with your fingers and rubbing up against all that, like you start to damage it, and then you add tension and all that. So making sure you're relaxed and that your technique is good. I could do this with my right hand, not kidding, all day. My butt would get tired before my arm does, because I try to keep like my arm straight, and I'm using just ligaments and tendons. And luckily there's no pain in here. I've never had carpal tunnel pain or a hint of it. And I know people who had it in their, you know, by the time they were 23, just because the way they played, you know, they went like all in right at the beginning, and then they try to change their technique over time, but it's like the damage is kind of done, right? Those ligaments and tendons, the older we get, they don't really want to heal back up. So it's interesting, because like if you were to just sit down and play this, you know, it might look like it's fast or crazy, but it's really just, that's what I'm working on, like the control and the using the right muscle groups and using the right technique to get this across clearly without like tensing up, right? Like creating shoulder stiffness and, you know, like playing very loose. Like you can just come up and grab the stick out of my hand, and I'm letting the stick kind of, it's a pendulum, right? So I'm letting the stick do all the work. I'm just kind of giving it a little push every now and then with my fingers. So it's like it's a thing like you got to work on. And a lot of people sadly wait too long to work on it, or like with like their job, like they're doing a lot of computer stuff. I know a lot of producers and engineers that get carpal tunnel, just, you know, they're just constantly at a keyboard and mouse, and it's just like, oh, you see them like do this, they're like, oh, but they're like doing this all day, you know, like your wrist goes up and they're typing, or they're using a mouse clicking, or gamers, you know, I'm just saying, watch them wrists. Don't angle it up and then use your fingers. It should be very relaxed, and you'll be fine. That's why most piano players, you'll find like really tall piano players can get carpal tunnel because of the angle that they're hitting the keyboard. And that's why like adjusting the bench so you're playing it very relaxed. You know, it's weird stuff, but it's scary. Carpal tunnel, any kind of like physical like ailment or whatever that you develop from the instrument, it's scary, legit. I know people with like tennis elbow stuff, you know, neck pain just from the way that they play. That's why I'm trying so many posture things. Nami, let's go. Do you play anything? I'm curious. Oh, but yeah, the reflex, is reflex rubbing his left arm. Oh, you're rubbing. Oh, you, Dan? Do you have like left arm pain? I just, you know, I'm just working on my left hand control. You know, it's nowhere near my right. That's what we're working on. You play drums, but very casually. Right on. There is no casual, right? There is no casual in drumming. So much gaming and computer usage. Yeah, it's weird to think about that stuff. But I know even chefs, like just the way that they cut, you know, they've just like messed themselves up over time. That repetitive motion thing, you know, if you're not really looking at it, you can really mess yourself up. I know one guy that does push-ups. Like he's like, yeah, I do 1,000 a day, but he's got carpal tunnel. I'm like, dude, think about it. You're like this, you know, and then doing this like 1,000 times a day, like, yeah, you're gonna rip your arms apart, you know. Sammy, hi, it's good to see you. I learned in recorded physical education, animals as leaders. Sammy, hold on, I'm gonna read that again like a normal person or educated person. I learned in recorded physical education by animals as leaders It's a neat song. I'll have to check it out, Sammy. I know that band's freaking nuts. Matt is he's wild. He's crazy. So that's cool. Yeah. How long did it take you? So technique and all that's a big thing these days. Posture, all that. Yeah, as I'm sitting here like hunched over. Have good posture, guys. Ugh. And it looks so loose and just nice playing that ride. Yeah, I'm working on it. If you go back a week, this whole week we've been doing some hardcore stuff with this book and ride, cymbal, and jazz in particular. If you go back a week, it's not that smooth. Like legit, it's sketchy. So it's just, man, I'm just trying to get it better, and just the more you do it, the more you got to feel the balance of the stick going over your thumb, right? And if it's out of balance, you're fighting it, so it creates tension and weirdness. So it's getting there, But I appreciate that, man. Thank you. That's high praise. You do push-ups with fists? Yeah. But then you mess up your knuckles, dude. Then your knuckles get all like, right? Be careful. That's why I don't exercise. 2 weeks. Matt is like a strong dude. Can't really describe the energy. Matt is amazing. He's legit. And he's a very nice dude, but he knows his stuff. There's a few people in this world that can play like that with such drastic grace and power at the same time, and speed. I always told students, most players think of one side as power, one side as speed. And most drummers, when you apply power, you lose speed, right? Because we increase tension and all that stuff. And most drummers, when you apply speed, right, the stick heights go down and just, so the power goes down. You might have speed, but you lose power. Matt has this weird teeter-totter where his is like, they both like, he's warped time and space. He has fantastic technique, one mic and all. Hey, dude, that's all you need. It's all you need. Knuckles are fine. Yeah. Ugh. I worry though, man. I worry. You have to squeeze your hands not to relax your knuckles. You have to squeeze your hand not to relax your knuckles. Wait. I don't know what you mean. Oh, you have to squeeze your hands as you're doing it? Yeah, that makes sense. Or just not do push-ups. Right? Or you could just not, That's a good one too. I like that exercise. Or just like not do it. Because my wife, she does all like those races and stuff and exercises and yoga and all the things. And she's always like, oh, I hurt so much. And I'm like, well, then don't walk. She's like, well, then I'll hurt. And I'm like, well, then what? She always says that. She's like, if I don't walk, I hurt. And then when she walks, she hurts. I'm confused, You still have to attract a mate. Just be yourself and know. Right? Yoga mat. That's true. Yeah. No, I don't know. I don't know. I need to do the things, Do the one hand push-ups. Who got famous for doing the one-handed push-up? Was it Bruce Lee? Probably. He's freaking amazing. Right? Bruce Lee did one-handed push-ups? Or was that Chuck Norris or something? I don't know. Fill in the blanks. Let me know. If you guys know. Some 8-year-old kid? Definitely. Well, they only weigh like 10 pounds. It's not impressive, Trying to think. You gotta like, right? Trying to think. Who's like known for the one-handed push-up? It wasn't Chuck Norris, but someone was like really known for that. Now that's gonna bother me. What am I drinking? I am drinking coffee. I'm almost done with the coffee today. And we'll move on to water. Pretty sure I got a little left. Barely a little coffee left. We're getting through this stuff, guys. I'm not gonna lie, I feel amazing. There was about 4 days ago we did this, and I struggled. It took a couple hours to get through these, but today they make sense, and I can feel the proper sticking placement. For those of you that have been watching this whole week, maybe let me know if you hear a difference, or you're probably like, Dan, you still suck. But they feel more better. That's good grammar. They feel greater than they did days ago. So we're getting there. You're moving to beer? Bucky, let's go. I don't have any beer here. I've got whiskey. I don't have any beer. I've got wine and whiskey in my house. It's a lie. I have beer, but it's like 4 years old. You probably don't want that beer. How long is it until beer gets stale? Yeah, cheers. Wow, my moonshine. Cause we have this friend. I'm gonna go to his house on Sunday for July 4th, and we always joke with him. He drinks whiskey. He's a whiskey drinker, but he always has beer at his house from parties he had from like 20 years ago. We're like, dude, how old is this beer? Cause it's like, it's the packaging has changed like 4 times, and he's got a bunch of like, what's the Sam Adams, like the Oktoberfest or whatever. He's got that from like, God, no one wants to drink it. He's like, oh, it's fine. It doesn't go bad. We're like, it does too. It gets stale and gross. And because he always like, yeah, we got beer. And we're like, we're not touching your beer. And he's like, well, then it's going to be here at the next party. Like, he just doesn't get rid of it. He just leaves it there. It's disgusting. But that's the cool thing about whiskey and liquors and stuff. Like, they don't go bad. They just get better, as far as I know. But beer has a shelf life, 100%. I low-key thought you were serious about it being moonshine. So my wife is very, like, eco, she's, like, recycle. So we have a lot of, like, glass jars, for things. So I put my water in my wife doesn't like cold water. But I put my cold water in the refrigerator because we filter it, and then I cool it off. So that's my moonshine jug. Beer doesn't age, but it goes stale though, right? Or is that just because of the packaging? Like air just like the carbon whatever just keeps getting out. It's clearly moonshine. I've told you guys the moonshine story, right? I have 2 actually. My friend that has the stale beer, his grandfather used to run moonshine back in the day, and he when we were kids, we'd go over to his house and he'd be like, "Hey kids, you want some ice cream?" Or like he was super cool, super nice, but we weren't allowed to go in the upstairs bathroom. I will never forget that. He's like, "Don't go in the bathroom." We're like, "Okay." So what do? We go right in the bathroom. And I remember he was making like bathtub moonshine, and he caught us a couple times like looking at it, and he told us he's like, "Remember this, never drink the foam." Cause I guess it's like super poisonous, I guess, when you're making moonshine. But he was making moonshine until he was like 90 something. And it was legal, but he would sell it and he'd give it to friends and stuff. But it was crazy. He'd just make it upstairs in the bathroom and he'd be like, "Don't drink it." Why black background? Cause I'm Batman, Yeah, probably having something other than a black shirt, right, would make more sense. But who cares? It's fine. It's fine. Whiskey ages, beer goes stale. Yeah, I'm Batman. But then my other story was we had neighbors who bought that moonshine for their nice job. Yeah, Dan, Sammy, I want to see it too. If you can send it to me, I'd like to check it out. But they had a wedding. Their daughter was getting married. And I was in California. I wasn't at the wedding, but my dad told me this story. They got their family farm and they set up a tent, right, for the wedding, for the reception. And there's kind of like a hill, right? A little bit of a knoll, as they say. And they were all drinking this moonshine, right? Starting off the wedding, everyone's partying, having a good time, drinking the moonshine. And it was a summer night, and hot during the day, but cool at night. So what happens as the sun goes down, the air cools off, the grass gets a little dewy, right? Gets a little wet, you know, a little nice like evening dew on the lawn. So you have a wedding of like very nicely dressed people drinking moonshine for a few hours. So they're like gone. And then they decide, oh, I'll step outside the tent and get some fresh air on this like nice lawn. And they just all like, my dad said it was hilarious. He said, I just sat there, you know, hanging out, watching all these people wasted on moonshine, like just roll down this hill. They would slip and then be like, whoa, you know, because they were like, they didn't have their balance. But he's like, it was the funniest thing, you know. He's like, there's at least 25 people that would like, you know, go out and just be like, oh, I'm gonna get some, whoa. It's like a slip and slide. My dad said it was the funniest thing he's ever seen. Like, he'd just sit there. He's like, I could have warned him, but, you know, it was fun. No one got hurt. Yeah, a pile of people, and they're all cracking up laughing, but, you know, they're just, like, covered in mud, just, like, wasted, you know? AT2020. That's a good microphone, isn't it? That's a pretty darn good microphone. Is that what, Mike Johnston uses? Doesn't he use two of those? The AT2020s? Like, it's a stereo mic, right? It's one mic, but doesn't it have like stereo properties or something? That's a good, I'm pretty sure that's a good mic. This is definitely the place to maximize if you yeah, if you got questions, I love talking about that. Yeah, this is the place to talk microphones. But yeah, I wish I'd seen that, because I know a lot of people at that wedding. That would have been hilarious. But the moonshine's pretty legit, I'll tell you that. I don't know what the proof is or what it is, or, you know, how potent it is, but I know it's some serious business. So, all right. Should we get a different bass drum? I think I want to bring the Sonar bass drum back. Is that okay? We might do that. Take a break, stretch out my legs. I might go check on Toby too after we swap the bass drum. But let's bring in the Sonar. I think that'd be fun, right? Something different. This snare sounded good too, right? I think this sounds great. But let's get rid of this. Make sure. Oh, standing up. Oh. Da-da. Toby 1. Toby 2. Toby 1. Check. Move the mic. All right. This thing is heavy. Oh. I don't want to hit that. Yep, and I did. Didn't want to, and I did. Let's get this one. Wow. Pretty drum. Let's make sure. I don't want to get on a microphone or a cable. The benefit of using less microphones is you can swap out drums a lot easier, a lot quicker. Let's see what it sounds like. Oop. Higher. That sounds good. Yeah, it's a 20, Sammy. Yeah. I'm going to run up to the bathroom, just go check on the puppy, make sure the dog's good, and then we're going to come back. We're going to work on page 26 and 27. So yeah, we'll check on Toby. Ooh, it's dusty. I got to like dust it up. But this is a beautiful drum. Beautiful, beautiful drum. But I'll be right back. Take a little mini break. And I'll see you guys in like 2-3 minutes. I'll be quick. Da, da, da. All right. Ba-ba-ba. Zabba-dabba-boo-boo-boo. La-ba-ba-ba-ba. All right. Toby's good. He did get a roll of paper towels, though. And he kind of chewed it up a little bit. He's like, hey, I'm mad. That's on me. I left the paper towel on the counter. Dun, dun, dun. Not sure how the kick sounded before, but sounded before you switch, but the new one sounds a little weak, if I may say. You may say. Ugh. Ba, ba, ba. Hey. Ba, ba, ba. It is a jazz tuning though, so I don't know if you're a rock and roller, but yep, that's what it's supposed to sound like. Jazzy jazz, right? Let's do this. Yeah, it sounds great. No, it's a two calf skin heads, so it's very like it's not meant to be like douche, like punch you in the chest. You know, I don't want punch. I want tom soundy, resonaty goodness, right? So there's no pillow in it. There's nothing inside it. There's no porthole. So you're gonna get a drum. Sounds like a drum, right? No double kick. Fentanyl, right? Am I saying that right? Fentanyl, or is that fentanyl, whatever people talk about? Not sure. No double kick. I know. I am not cool, but we try. I think I let this out a little bit. I might tune. Quick, bring this back up. Boom. That's good. Xbox, what's up? How you doing? It's good to see you. What do you think of the Meinl compared to the Double HX? I have some Evolution hats and rides. I like them, but I also really like your cymbals. Okay. Let me go get one. I'll go get one of my Double HXs so you can hear. Hold on. Okay, now, the thing with Sabian, it sounds crazy, and I like to think I would be able to, or at least be maybe more than 50% right. Like, if you put any of the major brands up on a stand and played it, I could probably hear the differences, except for I'm not really familiar with, like, the Agop stuff or some of those Istanbul lines. But I feel like Meinl, Paiste, Zildjian, and Sabian, I've got a lot of those, and I can hear the differences in their alloys and stuff. Sabians, to me, I'm going to put one up. All the brands kind of have like an underlying sound in all their cymbals. Like, it's just the sound of the metal and the mixture that they use. I feel like you can hear a Paiste, like Paiste, however you say it. Like, you could just hear that, like, that really shimmery metallic high end. Like, they just got this, like, clean, like they're really good. Even their dark stuff still has that in there, right? Zildjians have a certain sound. Sabians kind of sound like softer to me than Zildjians. Zildjians have, like, a really big attack. Sabians, some of the lines do, but Sabians to me just kind of like, they're a little more subtle and smooth. Meinls are just dark. Even like the high end, like the Foundry Reserve stuff, it still has like that darkness in there, you know? Like, they just have a certain like sound to them. But this is a Double HX Groove Ride. It's a 21-inch. I used this cymbal for years. And it was recommended by Daniel Adair of Nickelback. But I got a Groove Double HX Groove Ride and the Groove hats that I used forever. They sound great under microphones. They blend so well. They don't really cut live. You know, like, you wouldn't want to like expect it to like shine in a metal band or something like that, but you'll hear it. It's very soft and subtle. It's heavy. I haven't played this in a while. It's very washy, but it's a great cymbal. Now, granted, this is much heavier and a lot more. This is a lot different than what that cymbal is, but you'll hear like it just has a different sound to it, right? I think this Foundry Reserve stuff sounds more like the Zildjian old like K stuff that people really want, but just better. Like this is a really articulate cymbal. You think the Miles? Yeah, it's. I mean, they're all preference, but I personally, your ears change over the years, but I went from. Now I'm gonna dog on Zildjian for a little bit, but I had Z Customs, those old like early 2000s. Late 90s, I had a Mega Bell Ride. That was my ride cymbal for a long time. So going from that to anything, you're going to be like, it sounds better. The cymbal was utter trash. It was terrible. You can only do like two things with it, play loud or play less loud. So going from that to the Double HX, I was like, oh my God, it's dynamic. It's you know, I can control it. There's different sounds I can get out of it. I could wash it. I could ping it. There's a cool bell. It's dry, but it's like not as just like in your face. It blends better. So like that to me from a Mega Bell Ride was like, oh my gosh, it's like driving around in an old car with like no suspension and then getting like a brand new Cadillac. You're gonna be like, oh wow, suspension. This is wild. And then I played that cymbal for a long time. I got all kinds of Sabian stuff. I really dug them. And Meinl at the time wasn't really in North America. Like it was, but it wasn't like, hey, Meinl's cool. Like it was like, what the heck is Meinl? Like, you know, this is like late 2000s, I guess. Like, so the big boys were still Zildjian and Sabian. And a bunch of people just started using Meinls. You know, their marketing is like fantastic, and like they just came on the scene, got some really cool drummers, put out some good stuff, and I started hearing more Meinls, seeing them, and being like, actually, that sounds really good compared to what Zildjian was putting out in Sabian, which they were just kind of going off of what they've just put out for years. Like, oh, let's just put out Ks, put out As, people will buy them. We're Zildjian. They weren't really like bringing anything new to the table, in my opinion, right? So then it was a couple years ago, I just was like, man, I want to kind of try some of these Meinls. Like, they just sound killer. All the drummers that I was really listening to and really digging were playing them. So I'm like, I gotta give these a shot. So I got the Mike Johnston cymbal pack, you know, from Sweetwater. I'm like, I'll just order it, see what it sounds like. And I really dug it. It's something complete. The ride, the Mike's Transition Ride, at first I loved it. Now I don't really like it. But I'm sure it has a place. Like if I put it up here, it's not that it's bad. It's just my playing has changed since I got it. You know, if I was just playing rock and certain things, I would probably still really dig it. But it's very like articulate and sharp. You know, it's a great cymbal, but just right now, the way I'm playing, it's not really sounding like me. Check it out. This is my first ride. Like it's like earthy and like quick and raw and like, but it's got some niceness to it because it's super lathed on the bottom, but the top is just like exposed. Like there's no lathing. So I love it. But right now, like for the jazz stuff, it's an effect thing. It's really cool, but like traditional kind of the jazz bop stuff I'm really into right now, it just doesn't fit, right? Max, so what's up? It's good to see you. Yeah, it's dry, yeah, and it's called a transition ride, and it comes with like extra dry hats and an extra dry crash, and it's just like dry. But Mino really brought that dry thing to the table, and people loved it. It was something new, right? It wasn't like this crazy loud high-end cymbals. Mino has them, but it's a different sound, and I think they do it really well. The Big Apples, whoo, right? So like, I feel like the more you play, the more you try all these different cymbals, it's not just how they sound, but it's how they feel. Like I could tell when I hit a Zildjian. Like Zildjians just have a very like thing about them, not good or bad, but they just have a thing. Sabians feel soft. They feel more forgiving. They feel like they have just a softer metallic texture. Minos feel solid. They just feel like, like they're doing their thing. Paistis feel very rigid to me. Either it's just too like metally for me, or just I don't know what it is. But I haven't really played a Paiste that I was like, oh, they're cool. They sound great. And I have a couple of them and they do a thing really well. But maybe I just haven't checked out like all of their lines. But yeah. And again, I can't speak for like a GOP and stuff like that. I know a couple drummers friends of mine that just like swear by them. They love them to death. And I know they're putting out good stuff. But yeah, there's so many good cymbals. That's what's cool, We're spoiled. But currently right now, this is a 22-inch Foundry Reserve. Not the light ride, just a regular. It weighs 2,640 grams, so 2,640. It's a great cymbal. Nicky was over here and he's like, I don't usually like the Foundry Reserve stuff. He's like, but I like that one. That was really good. So I think it's hit and miss. Some are going to be great, just like all cymbals. They're not all the same. And Paiste are all the same. Like they're quality controlled, pretty crazy. There's like a master cymbal and they all try to go towards that. But, you really got to go to a store, I think, if you're going to get cymbals. Really try them out with the sticks you're going to use to see how you like them, I've switched from Paiste rock stuff to Paiste masters. They're awesome. Yeah, see, I haven't played the master stuff, and I love Steve Jordan. He's like he's my favorite drummer. He plays Paiste stuff, and like his cymbals sound great, and he plays the masters stuff, and I've never played them. I'm curious about them, but I've never played them. So I know they make great cymbals, but it's like the stuff I have is very metally, like pingy. But I always could tell when I hear a Paiste, it's like they have that, like that high end. I don't know what it is, but they got this like air about them that no other cymbal has. So they're pretty cool for sure. But how they have like, Paiste is the only company that like, if you buy like a 18-inch, Masters Crash or whatever, every one of those sounds the same. They leave the factory like just perfect. It's crazy. Where if you get a Zildjian, like, K whatever, Constantinople, 20-inch, they're all going to sound different. They're all the same, close to the same weight, but they're all just kind of like unique. You're never going to get two of the same cymbals. Same with like this stuff. Like they're all hand hammered, where the Paiste stuff, like they're handmade, but they're just like, they're handmade to be a certain thing, like, and they know how to do that. which is wild because I'm sure all the other companies want to do that, but they can't. Paiste's just like crazy good at that, you know? You're supposed to rock, but they have way more sounds. Yeah, I know. There was, who's the other drummer? I mean, Josh Freese. I love Josh. But there's a jazz, excuse me. There's a jazz cat that plays Paiste, and he's so good. I can't think right off the top of my head right now. But he plays like the masters. Does Paiste have like a no. Legacy is Sabian. That's their line. So there's so many cool things, but it's gonna be preference, you know. But I do feel like each cymbal company, the alloys that they use in like certain lines makes them feel a certain way, you know. So you really got to do hands-on stuff, like try them out and see just how they feel for you. Because the worst thing is when you go to hit a cymbal and you expect a certain like dung, and you get if you want a dung and you get a dong, you know, that's the worst feeling ever, is to get a cymbal that just is not what you have up in your head. So take the time, do your research, go try some stuff. Don't rush into it if you're getting, especially a new ride or a new hi-hat, because you use those like so much. Crashes, you can always use different types of crashes. If you like it, you know, if you get a new crash and you're like, you'll use it at some point, trust me. But a ride cymbal in a hi-hat, that is like one of your most important parts of your drum set, because it's like that's gonna be the glue that holds everything else that you're doing together, you know. So if it's not what you're hearing up here, you're gonna have a miserable time playing, you know, all that other stuff. But Maxo, are you good? Everything good on your end? I need to know. I hope all's good. Yeah, we're playing with. This is so weird. I'm gonna go back up. I know I loosened it. I wanted to go boom. Let's see, hold on. It's so cute. This is a cute drum. So we got this beach kick drum and this beautiful oak snare by HHG. So yeah, it's red oak from like whiskey barrels, and it's got this beautiful white inlay. Oh, and it's gunmetal, like powder coated, or like gunmetal gray it's called, or something like that. But it's sharp. It looks sharp. All right, so we're on page 26. These are just eighth notes. Nothing crazy, but this is some snare kick alterations, you know. So I'm gonna go through these kind of quick. That's the goal. Doing some repairs in your studio, organizing new drum storage. Nice, dude. Isn't it funny how we're constantly changing stuff? I just changed my stand. Like, I built this thing, I got rid of my desk, so now, like, I got all this space. It's like I'm just constantly tinkering. We're never happy, right? We're always like, oh, I could put something here. I love it, though. It keeps us thinking, right? But happy organizing. It's fun. Feels good, right?
ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Duke Silver!
This is all fake news. Yeah. Someone who practices. Clearly fake, right? Fake news. Jonathan, hi. It looks like playing to me. Yeah, we practicing. Jonathan, actually, oh my gosh. I was meaning to, I meant to message you a couple of weeks ago. We're working out of The Art of Bop Drumming by John Riley. Working on jazz. We're jazz boys. First up, how was your stream? Hi. Uncle Ed, what's up? Hi guys. You were vlogging. You had what do you call it? The stabilizer, and you have a GH5, and then the lens that you had. It was a small lens. I was curious what that lens is. Whenever, if you know off the top of your head, you were at some. It was very colorful. You were. Yeah, it was a picture of you holding the thing in your camera and the lens, and I was like, oh, what lens is that? So I was curious. You were vlogging. Oh, the pancake. Okay, 2.8 pancake. Nice. What ISO do you usually run with that? At something like that at night? Because you just have a regular... Sorry, I'm going to get dorky for a second. Oh, you have the G5S? Okay, yeah, because the S is more at night. Nice, 300. Dude, right on. The S is nice. Or something nuts, yeah. Sorry, I meant to be like, hey, what lens is that? I didn't want to be that person, you know, that was like, oh, what lens is that? But I was like, oh, what lens is that? Because I like lenses. By the Light of the Moon. Oh, I love it. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty high. That's pretty good though. But they got really good low light. Yeah, their ISO is pretty good on the Panasonics. But the new GH6 is out now. Ooh. Like, I can't look at it. I don't want to look at it. That's interesting. Yeah. No, it's cool. I was geeking out. I was like, what lens is that? Because I got all kinds of dorky lens stuff. But it's great to see you, man. I hope you're staying warm and it's not super cold where you are. Because I know it's opposite, you know? Because I have no budget, right? Oh, I don't even know what a GH6 costs, right? They got to be like $3,000, just the body. They got to, you know, especially the way the economies are. But they're great cameras. They're really cool. I was just curious because I was like, oh snap. I've got the what's the DJ whatever stabilizer. And I'm going to a drum show, and I was like, maybe I'll take it around that time. I'm like, I might vlog it, you know? But I'm like, my lenses are all like crazy huge cinema lenses. And you put that on it, and it's like, oh, help me, you know? Like the whatever it's called. It's just like, oh my God, it's so heavy. So I'm like, I should probably get some small lenses. All my lenses are like huge. They're like crazy. Hence pancake. Yeah, right on. Because I think that it would help it like stabilize better. Because I tried it, dude. I have like the Rokinon or whatever lenses, and I put it on it, and it's just like you can counterbalance it, but it's like right at the end, and it was like I don't know what to do with this thing. So I'm pretty sure it was like those little motors, they were working. Can't be bothered to carry a follow focus motor stuff. Yeah, fat lens. Yeah. So I'm sorry for these questions, but does the pancake autofocus? I guess it must. If it's a Panasonic lens, it probably has like built-in like the autofocus switch. Or do you just run it manual and it's just wide enough to be good? Gonna walk 7 miles shooting lights. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the normal GH5 focus kind of sucks, but I heard the S is better. Thank you for the raid, man. Yeah, I've kind of gone through, Jonathan, I'm sure you've had similar bouts. As a musician, you go through like midlife crises. I'm in a very fun one where I'm just like throwing it all out the window and doing what I want to do, and it feels amazing. So I've always been wanting to do jazz and like really learn jazz. So we're doing a lot of like independent stuff this whole week, and it's been really nice. Like it's been so refreshing. Yeah, it's been a good time. I get to focus on people, and it has a touch screen. Ooh, nice. That's good. It actually tracks. The GH5, the OG one, it's got good focus, but you see a lot of it figuring out what's going on. You know, you see a lot of that. Midlife crisising, I know. Could be worse. I could go buy a Corvette or something. I mean, that'd still be fun, but it's like a drummer midlife crisis, but in a good way. You know, it feels real nice. So yeah, we're playing just out of the Art of Bop Drumming. And it just feels good, you know, to practice like what you want to practice. It just feels nice. You can't just take, it's a big camera. Big camera. It's only 12, okay. Oh, is it? Megapixels? For like pictures, like photography. I've never used mine for photography. I just use them for, these are all GH5s. So I just use them as like cameras, you know. I know they're like decent at photography, but they're just kind of, I've always used them as like broadcast cameras. End up with a GH5, a GH9, and a few lenses. Yeah, okay. Yeah, because the 9 is like photography, right? That's like the good. Yeah, these are my webcams. They all got cinema lenses. Oh, they got cinema lenses, and they're a little overboard, but they're fun, you know. GH7, yeah, 85s, yeah. I know, right, Jonathan? Right? I'm like John Hammond. Spared no expense, right? I kind of like, I want people to feel like they're here, so I want them to see my gross nose hairs and how dusty the bass drum is, you know? That's important. You get the full experience of practicing and drumming, right? It's not all rainbows and green M&Ms, you know? But yeah, it's good to see you, man. I hope you're gonna relax a little bit. But thank you. I will now woo you with my jazz. The line didn't work on my wife, you know. But we're gonna go to we're just gonna start at the top of the page again. But dude, thank you. Here we go. And we're using just 3 microphones, so jazz tuning, very minimal mics. Yeah, it sounds pretty good. It is smelly drummer boys in here, 100%. Yeah, Jonathan, I'll give you the quick rules, kind of what we're working on. So, it's all triplet based, but jazz usually is like the jazz ride pattern. 1, 2, and 3, da da da, with the hi-hat on 2 and 4. And the snare and kick drum in jazz is used kind of like the opposite of rock. Usually cymbals are what has the flavors, and the kick and snare usually stay the same in rock. It's like inverted in jazz, where the kick and the snare, you have like these rhythms, right? So that's what we're doing now, like just doing all these different phrases while maintaining this ostinato, that ding 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 ding. So this one, da 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 da, right? While this isn't going like, you want to keep it right. So it's like you're learning independence on how to talk between the kick and the snare, to kind of use it as like that's your phrases or like your little melodies, I guess, on the drum set, as opposed to like rock where it's like bass, snare, dun, 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 dun. You can do all these flavors with the right hand or those cymbals, or toms and stuff like that. In jazz, there needs to be some kind of like stable bit, and the ride cymbal and the hi-hat become like the kick and the snare drum, So working on these phrasings is just like getting comfortable with all these different triplet variations that you could play, and just different rhythms. So it's just weird. And because you want it to be improvisational, right? You don't want it to be just like the same jazz beat. So you want it to be interesting. So we're just going through just all these kinds of different rhythms, just exploring, getting up to it, and keeping higher tempos, Stability. It's our name. And I'm trying to play, this is a very jazz tuned drum set, so open kick drum. So I'm trying to play it like heel down, not like, smash and bash. So being delicate and being very mindful of dynamics. It's woo. Balance is key, right? Using just kind of the right muscle groups. So that's what we're doing. It's hard. It's really hard, but it's so fun. It's really good. what's up? It's a Meinl 22-inch Foundry Reserve. It's a pretty symbol. Yeah, it's shimmery, pingy, right? It's good to see you. Resident with the Prime, thank you! Oh my goodness. Thank you. That's super nice of you. I appreciate that. But yeah, that's all the 3 mics. There's a D112 VR on the front, AKG. This is a Stager ribbon mic, SR1A, handmade in Nashville. Beautiful ribbon mic. And then we have a stereo R88 above. So that's doing stereo ribbon pattern. So it's like getting all the goodness. But yeah, just 3 microphones. You know, it's kind of wild. Still figuring it out, but whew. But I appreciate that Prime, man. Thank you. Thank you. So I hope that helps, Sergey. It's good to see you, man. We're almost done. We're on the last 4 of these, and then we'll move on. But whew, getting there. Feel good. Telling you, a week ago, this was not together at all. Jonathan, if you were here, I would be like, Jonathan, don't look at me. Don't look at me. It was bad, but we're getting there. Woo. Just got to put in the reps, you know? All about the reps. Jonathan's here. So cool.
What's up?
27 done. Dark, what's up? Such a dirty, I know, right? Oh no. Ew, it's so gross. Ooh. I'm gross. Playing with dirty heads. Ooh, ooh. Oh, my phone. Let me just make sure it's not my family. No, it's not my family. Oh, my kids and wife are out of town, so I'm just making sure everyone's good. Mr. Miyagi and Dark, I hope you guys are good. Just came from my wedding gig. Nice. Just listen to more drums. Now this is how you end a gig. Night. Let's go. How was the wedding? Was it a fun wedding? Or was it like like you just want to get out of there? And when they serve the cake, everyone goes home. Then it's a sucky wedding. It's a boring family. Like everyone's just hanging around for cake and then they're out of there. You know? Those gigs were always the worst because no one really wanted to come, you know, but they were like, I guess we'll eat, get some cake. But if like the place cleared after cake, you were like, yeah, this family doesn't really care. They're just a bunch of freeloaders, you know. But if like people don't even eat the cake because they're having such a good time dancing and drinking, then it's a fun wedding, you know. They're like serving the cake at the tables and like no one's at the tables, then that's a fun wedding. But if everyone's still at the table waiting for cake, that's like, okay, something's wrong. You drove 200 miles. Exactly. But people do. It's crazy. You know, they do. And they just go to be judgy, you know. I can tell you like so many weddings that I've played. You look out and you're like, yep, there's the boring uncle and aunt that just sit there and judge everybody. Like, can you believe? It's twerking. You know, they're just boring. They're just duds. But they're there to see the wedding and, you know, gossip about it. But honestly, you get that a lot. It's family, though. You know, that's what families do. Here's a big deal in Romania. It's like a real deal show. Let's go. See? They know how to do it. In America, most weddings are just boring as AF. They just suck. I'm not going to lie. Most weddings suck. You know, because, like, they want it to be all fancy and, like, formal and, like, oh, okay, at 9:07, we're going to walk in the room, and at 9:08, we're gonna toast. But at 9:11, we have to make sure that, like, everything is so, like, schedulized or, like they have wedding planners and it's so like a business and like everyone's stressed because of that, right? Like if we don't cut the cake by 9:30, oh, we're going to be an hour behind schedule. But the best weddings that I've ever played are receptions when the couples, you know, were like, okay, what do you want? And they're like, I don't know. Let's just have fun. They're like, you want us to play any certain songs? They're like, I don't know, fun songs. It's like, you know, like there's no wedding planner. There is, but not like a crazy person, you know, in the Bridezillas. Yeah, but you know what's funny, shocker? The grooms are way worse than the brides, in my opinion. From my experience, I swear to God. And I'm always like, dude, this is not your day. But the grooms are so freaking nuts sometimes. Usually the brides are the cool ones, you know? Usually they're kind of like, oh, let's just wing it. But the grooms nowadays are so like, they're like, ooh, that's weird. But yeah, the weddings are usually like, you know, yeah. But the receptions can be a lot of fun. If the family's fun and everyone's just kind of just there to celebrate and have a good time. But when it's turned into like an event, you know, and it's like, this is my wedding, this is my day. It's like, okay, here we go. It's going to be one of those, you know, testosterone on two legs. Yeah, I don't know. Like they just want it to be perfect. I don't know. I don't get it, but they're very controlling. It's either the groom or the bride, but 9 times out of 10, I would say the groom is more controlling, you know. It's weird. Ego flex. But at mine, I was like, whatever. Yeah, that's how we were. We were so fun. I already made one decision today. I like that. That's good. Yeah, we had a really fun wedding. We had, I could tell you, my wedding anniversary is coming up pretty soon, actually. But we had where we got married in LA, I didn't think a lot of my family was coming, but a lot of them did. So we had a big wedding. We both have big families. So even we just kept it to immediate family. It was still like 160 people. It was like, we have big families. And when I say big families, we have huge families. All my parents have like 5 brothers and sisters, and they all like, so we just had like a ton of people there. Because the bride and groom, hi Blackberry. All the guests know. Yes. Oh my gosh, that's so true. That's so true. That's a very good way to put it. But we had to go to this place. We had to up the venue. Like, we had to get a bigger room, which was fine. But this place, you had to have a minimum of amount spent at this place to have your wedding there. And it was a certain amount for the room, but then you still had to spend a certain amount, including food, or you could put that towards like more decorations or more, whatever. So we had to spend this amount of money, and they were like, you have all this. Do you want like lace napkins or fancy seat covers or whatever? And we were like, no. What else can we do? They're like, well, you can have an ice cream bar. And I was like, that. So like, we had an ice cream bar, we had open bar, we had a great room. It wasn't like real decorative, we were just like, just put plates and forks, like whatever, doesn't matter. Because if you put that money, you could get like certain color combinations. This is stupid. So we were like, just give us the room, give us tables, plates, give us good food. And like after dinner, like they brought out these like ice cream carts, and they had people serve ice cream with toppings. It was so cool. And everyone was freaking wasted, but in a healthy, good way. No one got like crazy sick or like, rude or out of line. Like, we just had a very fun night. It was really cool. But yeah, the weddings that I've been to that sucked the most, where it was like it was down to like the minute of what was happening. And if like the bride the whole time is looking, or the groom like, all right, it's 9:06, we got to do this. And the whole time they're not paying attention to the day and the thing. They're just worrying about like being on schedule. It's stupid, Only occurs by how you deal with adversity. Crap's going wrong. You don't get upset, laugh, move on. Yeah, something will go wrong, 100%. But yeah, there's been some really fun weddings that I've played at. And I can always tell the room. I got really good at being like, when people come into the reception and, find their seats, I'm like, all right, this is going to be a fun day. Everyone's like laughing, they're joking, they're mingling at different tables. Everyone knows each other. It's just, they're laughing. They're just like barely sitting down. Like, they're just happy to be there. The weddings that are usually going to be the worst is everyone like goes out and they're like, oh, okay, we're at table 7. And they walk in, they're like, oh. I don't like that flower arrangement. Oh, these are the centerpieces. Oh. What table? Oh, so-and-so's at our table. And they just go, they got to find their table. They sit there and they just like wait, and they're like, ooh. Those are the worst. Like when no one's walking around talking. Everyone just sits at their table and it's all like murmuring, and like dumb. And then they will start playing music and no one moves. Like, they're just like, oh, the worst weddings. Those are the ones where people just want the cake and then they go home. Rolling VAD 503 today. Oh, right on. They were happy. The first wedding band I was in, I used a Roland TD7. Not as dynamic probably as the VAD, but it was still pretty good. This was like 2004-ish. But then I was like, I can't do this anymore. I got to use a real kit. Something about a real drum set, right? But I remember doing it. It was hard to, because on a wedding gig, there's so many different styles of music you can play. 1 minute you're playing Earth, Wind, and Fire, and the next you're playing like, I don't know, like Fly Me to the Moon. And you can't like switch to brushes. You can't like really be dynamic. So that was always really tricky with the electric kits. In weddings, it was like they'll work, but it just doesn't sound and feel right, as if you were playing on a real kit where you can be like, you can bring up the volume, or you could just like play, real quiet, not bother anybody. So I'm glad you had a good gig though, man. Legit. To the bride and groom, right? I'm sure there's many a weddings today right? I wonder how many weddings do you think are going on any given Saturday in the summertime? Summertime and the living's easy. Right? To the bride and groom. Yeah, I got married in 2009. Never forgets hello. 2009, so 14 years I think we're married, right? My wife wouldn't know either. We don't really care about that. How many years anniversary is it? 2009. So 10 would be 1, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 13 years. I don't work them often, but the last one you did. What? $250K just for the reception, and it was super fun because the bride and groom both work in events at the very high level. Oh, that's cool. If there's a problem, we'll just figure out and make sure. That's pretty cool. That's a lot of money, though. They had a 12-piece funk band and a DJ. I bet the band got at least, well, I mean, if that's their budget, I bet they got like 15, 20 grand. The band did, easily. We used to charge, for a wedding, we were about 10 grand. But then we would split it up. I used to get, it was around $1,200 per wedding. You know, depending on, some were more for how far they were. But it was nice. 13, time to break that curse. Sergey, I'll be 40 this year. I'll be 40 in November. It's the big 4-0, you know? As a musician, I made it past 27, so I'm good. That's all you gotta worry about. 27's the number, right? But yeah. That's a lot of money. $250,000 for a reception. Man, do you know what you could do with that money? Flown in and put up 3. Oh my God! Jeez. I couldn't even imagine that, right? Imagine being what's our budget for one day? $250,000. Oh, Mr. Miyagi, you're hitting 19 years. Yo, let's go. Treb, how are you doing? It's good to see you again. Hi. It's pretty crazy. It's a lot. If I was in that band, that would be the easiest gig ever. Fly in, stay in a hotel for 3 days. Oh my gosh, that'd be so cool. Be the best paid vacation for what? Maybe 6-8 hours of work, set up, tear down, play. Maybe. I know that would pay off my house and leave. Oh my gosh, yeah. Right? You pay off something. 250 grand? Would that even get a kid through college nowadays? I'm not sure how much college costs. I'm afraid to look. It probably wouldn't, right? It'd probably pay for, I don't know, 2 years of college. How much is a average? Let me see. Let's see if Siri has anything to say about it. Hey Siri, what is the average cost of college? Average college tuition. That doesn't seem right. Average cost of attendance. Is that per year? No. Private colleges is $54,000? That can't be right. What year is this? I guess so, maybe? I don't know. I guess if it's an average. That can't be including room and board and stuff. I know it's a lot. College is not cheap. So that would easily pay for college. We still have loans for my wife because she's got 20 degrees and masters. She's super smart. My stuff I paid off. That's all done. Music school, so stupid. I loved it, but it's so expensive. That violin chick, hi. I saw you guys are moving, right? You found a place? Room, board, food, gas, books. Yeah. It's just crazy. I don't know. Like, if my kids want to go to college, I'm all for it. Like, whatever they want to do, I'm going to, like, be all about it. But if they don't, I'm not going to, like, shove them into school in debt, you know? Like, I know so many students, parents of mine that were like, they're going to college. And it's like, like, you can get a lot done nowadays if you want to do something else, you know? So, I don't know. Afraid to look. It's going good. It's going good. I learned from working every job I do. Yeah, I mean, I have a degree in percussion performance. That's what I went to school for. I've had countless session, touring, whatever gigs. No one's ever said, like, let's see your degree. You know, like, some degrees are, like, I learned a lot in school, but I feel like some degrees, like, doesn't mean you're good at what you do. You know, because I know I've got a lot of really good friends who have degrees, but they're not very good musicians. Like, no one hires them, you know, just because they have a degree. Like, you're eventually going to get that piece of paper, whether it takes a few extra semesters or whatever, but that doesn't mean you're good at whatever you're doing. And especially doesn't mean you're smart. Because speaking of U of Penn, I know a couple people that have gone there from where I live, and I'm like, they are not, you know, I wouldn't want them to help me with anything, you know, important. So college to me is like, it's what you get out of it and how you use it, but I used to think like, oh, they went to that school, they must be pretty darn smart or really good at whatever if they got a degree from Berkeley or Cal Arts or Juilliard. And it's not true, you know, especially being in a lot of these different music schools throughout the years, you know, teaching at them or doing whatever. Like, if you can pay for it, you'll probably get in, especially to these music schools. If you have a little ounce of control over an instrument, you can get into most places. Some of them are a little more harder, but they'll still sneak in a few people, you know, which is it doesn't look good for the school. But I've been in some colleges, very prestigious music programs, and I'm like, how are they here? And everyone's like, I don't know, their parents are like loaded. You know, so it's just like that. I'm sure with every school, you know, we all have known people, I'm sure, that were like, how are they here? You know, surprised you didn't get a music degree. Yeah, like, it's not necessary. Most of the best musicians in the world didn't study it, but I kind of went into music school because I didn't take any lessons or anything prior to that. I was all self-taught, and I was late to the game. So college to me was like, it was like just shock, instant learning, you know, with a lot of great players. And it allowed me to really, really focus on this instrument. So it worked out for me at the time. If I were to do it again, I would, but I would treat it differently, like in what I was really focusing on, you know. The scandal of parents paying for someone to get their kids to USC. Oh, yeah, Plinko. What's her name from Full House? Was she the one that did that? She's still in jail, or I don't know. But I think a lot of parents do that, right? I ain't doing that for my kids. I'll be like, look, if you ain't smart enough, you are not going there, you know? Every working musician in tour tech does. After money is the single biggest reason that couples break up. Partner is strong enough to withstand months and months apart, missing out, things at home, strain. Yeah, touring is rough. Touring is very rough. That's why I don't want to do it right now. I know I've done it, and I love my kids. I don't want to be away from them. And my wife. Eventually, as my kids get older in the more teenage years, they're not going to want to hang around with me, you know? So that'll make more sense. But now they miss me when I'm gone. So I kind of want to be around for that, you know? Go to a community college or online. There's a lot, especially like gen ed stuff. There's no point in paying for like Math 1 or whatever at, you know, Harvard when you can just pay probably way less at a community college for the same thing, you know? I would always recommend people like do their gen ed stuff locally or however you do it online, because it doesn't matter to do that at a huge school. There's no point to that. But if you take if you have a certain thing that you really want to study, hold on, let me do something real quick. You can that should be your focus and where you're going to put your money towards, you know. Hold on, hold up. There we go. So yeah, prereqs. That's it. Prerequisites. That's right. Yeah, because there's like, why pay $1,000 or whatever for a class, you know? But yeah. Well, it'll be interesting to see where my kids end up. But whatever they decide to do, I'm all about it. As long as they work towards it and they're not lazy. You know, if they want to do a trade thing or if they want to open up a business or something, I'm all about it. If they don't want to do the college route, I'm literally like, whatever they do, but they have to like really go at it. You know, I'll support them whatever they do. If I see that effort, you know, but if they want to go to school to become a doctor, like that makes sense, right? You got to do the things. You gotta put in the time or put in the work. You got community credits in high school too. Yeah. What are those called? Like AP classes, I think it was. Combat that is to realize as a touring musician, it's a 24-hour day job. Best you could try to compensate as much. Oh, did you ask about how to like get paid for touring, Sergey? Is that what's going on? That is, yeah. He just said it perfectly. I get asked to tour all the time, and I just said I just turned down a 30-day. It was a nice tour. Cozy, would have been on a bus, hotels, which is nice. But for what it pays, if you really value your time out, it's usually less than minimum wage that musicians make on tour, especially if you're a hired gun, because yeah, it's a 24-hour day job. Some of them that pay really, really well, it makes sense, right? They actually say like, look, we know we're taking you away from family. We're taking you away from your interests, and you're stuck here for whatever, like however many days or whatever. So when they pay like that makes sense. But a lot of times tours just can't afford to do that, you know, to actually pay you, like literally you want a certain, when like people always ask like, what do I charge for tour, or how do I charge for studio time or whatever? Like, what is your value worth? And I always go by time, like treat it like a job, you know, like don't just have a flat fee, say I'll do it for this, because it could turn out to become this crazy long thing that you're like, oh my God. And I told them I'd do it for this. And if you're just starting out, like you just kind of got to go with what's going to work. But hopefully you get to a point where you're kind of treat it like an hourly rate, you know? So when you quote people for tours, when they say like, hey, what would you charge for this? I always quote for like an hourly thing. And sometimes I'm like, oh my God, or like a session. And I'm like, there's no way they're going to pay this. But then they're like, okay, cool. And you're like, what? Okay. So you never know what their budgets really are. Some are really high, some are really low, but you have to be honest with your value, because you could get stuck into something where you're just getting way underpaid for the amount of work you're doing, you know? The best that you can hope for is an artist to also put you on a retainer. Exactly. Yeah. And those are very hard to find. Usually the only ones that do that are like pop acts or country artists, in today's industry. Like very rarely will you find, I know a lot of people got let go of retainers because of COVID. They held on for like a couple months, but then the retainers, the artists were like, we can't afford this. This could go on for 10 years, you know? When everything is on Twitch, we work from home. Yeah, well, I mean, some people love that life, you know? Some people love being on stage, love being on the road, which was really hard for them during COVID, you know? I know a bunch of people like that. They just love the thrill of being on a road. That's what they know. So everyone's got their thing, right? But the fact that we can do this is really nice. Like you can have a career as a musician from home. Like I started doing this as just recording, and then the Twitch thing, it works out great. But some people, it's not for everybody. You know, some people, I know a lot of people during COVID that tried this because they weren't able to tour and they hated it. You know, they were like, oh, I can't do this anymore. You're going to get exposure? Yeah. This is the magic words of nope. Nope. You know? So it is cool. All right, so this was the hell pages from yesterday. I say we try it. Let me get this out of the way. Let me move that stand. I don't know. I'm not going to hit this like we did yesterday because I wanted to brush up on that other stuff, but I do want to try it. This was very hard. Legit. Ba-ba-ba. Should be good. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. Keep hitting that microphone. I'm like, dunk. This should be all right. Be good, microphone. Yeah, technologies give crazy opportunities for us. Maxo, isn't that cool though? How's organizing going, dude? I'm like messing this mic all up. Checkity one, checkity 1, 2, 1, 2, check. Dipper dipper. Should be good. Oh. All right. One of the viewers is a bot. Hey, you gotta start, man. You gotta start. We all start somewhere, right? Oh, I can't tell you how many gigs I've played where, you know, no one was there. Special, what's up? No, I just don't have them on right now. They're all about. Where are they? You can see the toms are over there. But yeah, I'm just doing kick and snare stuff right now. We're working on the art of bop drumming. So if the toms are there, I'm gonna hit them. You know, so it's less distractions. Let me move this around. All right, so this yesterday kicked my butt. We got through all of these on page 28 and 29, but I had a headache when I ended stream last night. I'm not lying. It was a lot. So we're gonna try them, just see what happens. I'm not gonna go crazy. If we don't get through them all, that's okay. But I'm curious to see if it's a little better than yesterday, you know? Playing tours is fun, seeing people is cool, but being a streamer in your own studio after 8 years of roaming is dope. Yeah, dude. The road is great. I think every musician should have a taste of it. The same with teaching. I think every musician should teach like legit for a while. I think they should record, do studio stuff, do live stuff, be a hired gun, be in a band, do tours. It just makes you like well-rounded, you know? It's like, so you really know what you want as a musician. It's just like dating people, like date people, like date someone maybe you might not want to date and just see what happens, you know? Because you learn what you don't want, you know? Rise the studios go well, super creative. Let's go! Can you give a little solo? Yeah. I call this my solo. My little solo. All right, I'm procrastinating because this stuff is hard. Here we go.
Mr. Duke Silver!
Drum Whisperer, what's up, dude? Hi. Oh, it's good to see you. We're playing out of The Art of Bob Drumming, so we're trying. It's good to see you, dude. How was your stream? Drum Whisperers are good people, guys. Very good peoples. I hope you had fun. Oh, let's go. Yeah, we're playing bop stuff. This is a really hard page for me. We're out of The Art of Bob Drumming, page 28, 29. Just all these triplet crazinesses is... So, yeah. I hope you're well. It's good to see you. Oh, let's go. I gotta mark this. This one was hard. I remember yesterday. That's what I wanted to do. Go through, make little notes and marks of this freaking part right here. It's so hard. It's not like it's crazy if you were to do it all with one hand, right? Man, Texas in the house. Worcester and Drew, let's go. Dude, 54. Afternoon, man. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Oh, love you, dude. I hope you're well. I need to know. Waffle, what's up? Yeah, man, it's true. You don't need much if you know how to do, right? Yeah, Gorman, I don't know. I'm not really looking at a clock. I'm going till I'm like, till I'm in like a coma, you know? Da-da-da. My brain's starting to go. This page is hard. We did pretty good. I'm trying to think, last night took a while to get to that spot. And I feel like we're getting further quicker, you know? Like they're more familiar and I'm not as like definitely not as like fried as I was last night. Some of these though, some of these are definitely tricky. Like when we're running into like these broken triplet patterns are just, they're a lot, not gonna lie. And some of the, I really gotta look at my doubles with the kick, okay? So trying to play them all like heel down. I don't think I need more tension, but I might just like make it a little tighter. I feel like it's already pretty freaking tight. But I don't want to go too crazy. Wait, which is tight. You know? Oops. feels like too crazy now. Oh, probably overthinking it. Could be just too far back. But that does feel pretty tense. Pull it back just a little bit. Yeah, drum whisper. Just the accents can change how this. Oh yeah, that's crazy. Have you ever tried anything out of that book? It's this book, Art of Bop Drumming by John Riley. It's crazy, man. It's crazy, especially at like high tempos. Certain things just like it's crazy, but in a good way, you know, like it forces you to try to play something that maybe wouldn't normally come to your head, you know, in a jazz sense. Like we all get like these little things that we play like that are jazz licks, but to get put out of like our comfort zone, you know, that's like, and really hear where all these snare and bass drum combinations could go. It's pretty cool. Just those fast doubles. That's what's getting me right now. Just gonna try some free going. That's good. We're getting there. Big getting there. It's hard. I'm trying to find like tempos where my doubles with my foot is getting in the way of like playing what I want, right? Like certain tempos, hands are good because you're bouncing, but I really got to work that rebound now. I really got to work on my pedal control for those fast doubles with the triplet. Like that one da da or do da right? Like of a triplet, you're either gonna play one ta ta, or that, right? Or a shuffle. It's so hard. Because you gotta, I'm trying not to do heel up, so you want to go to that. But, man. All right. That's it. My brain is toast. I might go no, I'm not going to have toast. Toast is gross. I would have cinnamon toast crunch, but yeah, I'm not really a toast person, It's dinner time. Drew, I don't even know what time it is, but Toby's we've been down here a while today, so Toby's probably like, get up here. Get up here now. Hang out with me. So let's see who's on. We can go say hi to someone. I will be back tomorrow. Normal morning times, probably a little earlier, but definitely by 10. Yeah, rookie. We put in some work today. Thank you guys for hanging. Legit. You have no idea what it means.
What's up?
For you guys to be here for it. And Straight Edge was pursuing YouTube and saw you live. Yes, let's go. Yeah, we've been on for like 6 hours. I'm starting to make like silly mistakes, Like brain is going. So it's a good time to end. Feeling good though, feeling strong. My arms, I got that good blood flow. Nothing hurts. No soreness. It's just like a mental thing. Like I got to build up my brain to have these long practices and hang still, But I hope you're good, dude. It's good to see you. Who can we go say hi to? I want to go say hi to someone down under, if that's okay. We're gonna go see Green Arrow. He's in New Zealand. Hold on. Raid. Oh my gosh, that's right. I changed stuff. Wait, I want \. I was like, where's \? My phone is ringing. NZ. If I get it right, invalid username. Oh, it's my mom calling. I'm just gonna end it, guys. I'll call my mom back. I love you. Be good.